Hello YouTube, what's going on? We've had a special request today, so you guys remember my Smartschoolboy9 video. We have a video by iNapper. I've already watched this while I was at work, and so we're gonna get into it in just a second. Smart schoolboy, more like dumb homeboy, for real. Alright, now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's jump back into this. This is something I've already watched. Okay? Tomato, for real. But we're gonna watch it again. I'm gonna give my 2 cents on everything. If you do not like the weird tongue noise from that one Smartschoolboy9 video, I'm just gonna give you a heads up. It's in here at least 7 times. And on top of that, sometimes you'll hear a high-pitched ringing in the background from iNapper's video. It is a very big audio overstimulation on this video. So if you're not down with that, then I would take the time to click on another video. Alright, let's get into it. I'm gonna need to eat at some point during this.
9 is a mysterious figure that in 2024 has taken the internet by absolute storm. From viral videos to incredibly disturbing theories, the topic is something that has caused a large amount of panic and hysteria throughout internet forums and YouTube comment sections. But despite the hysteria and massive amounts of conversations surrounding this saga, it's interesting because honestly, not much is really known still to this day about Smartschoolboy9. There is of course speculation, concern, absolutely wild theories, but there is no absolute truth surrounding who or what exactly is Smartschoolboy9. And that's of course where I introduced the main reason that
make sure y'all are not harassing people you think is Smartschoolboy9. Like, make sure that you're just, letting, even if the authorities don't do anything, let them handle it. Because, I mean, we're already making this case hard to solve as it is. I bet his name is Reginald. Oh my god.
You and I are here today, and that reason being the iceberg. You see, in today's video, I aim to go through every single piece of major lore to do with Smartschoolboy9, from the very most popular talking points surrounding him to the most dark and disturbing theories that have left so many people in a place of truly being disturbed about this.
I don't blame people for being disturbed. This guy is disturbing to me.
Man.
Hell no.
I think I hear a running tree.
Yeah, there's been a lot of misinformation, especially those who claim to interview him and whatnot. It's censored that word, but I think it's like you're saying it's fucking hard trying to get actual evidence. I love Twitch's censors. They're fucking no need for them.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, and on the school bus.
Now yes, those clips are obviously very creepy to look.
It's fucked up. Darth, welcome. I got you, Altair, no worries. We got a special request to check out the iNapper Smartschoolboy9 Iceberg, so hope you're down for a 3-hour video. If not, that's totally fine.
And honestly, if you don't know who Smartschoolboy9 is, you're probably very confused at this point, but don't worry, this video will answer plenty of questions. But if you do know who Smartschoolboy9 is, then you will know that this topic right now, this saga, has been absolutely spoken about by everybody.
Yep.
And when a topic garners a lot of attention on the internet, it leads to hysteria. And what you're going to discover when we go through today's iceberg,
I've literally said on multiple occasions that the way people are handling this case, not cake, is like pulling a Mama Max. I'll be lurking. And that's okay. You're more than welcome to. But yeah, it's like pulling a Mama Max.
Is that things aren't necessarily what they seem. There are some very creepy things that have definitely happened. There are some theories that could possibly be true. But in this iceberg, I aim to go through every single theory and every piece of major lore because I want to really show what is real, what could possibly be real, and what is definitely false.
Yep.
With all the hysteria going around on the internet right now surrounding Smart Schoolboy 9, I really thought this would be the best way to go about this. And as you can see, this iceberg has been separated into 7 different layers, and every single layer involves a different topic, which have been placed in here by multiple researchers and people that have came together to make this iceberg. From the very tip of the iceberg, which is the most known topics that you would probably discussed with your friends, chatted about, theorized about, but then we move further down the iceberg through the more obscure pieces of lore, and eventually we hit the abyss, where the truly most disturbing possible theory and pieces of lore reside. This is the place where the internet really went crazy, with some of the most absolute heinous things being alleged. But before we get into this, I do just want to say, this isn't going to be like a regular commentary style video speaking about Smart Schoolboy 9. This isn't an expose where I'm giving the latest developments on whatever is going on in the world of Smart Schoolboy 9. I want this video to be a bit of an introduction to the topic, but also at the same time a video to kind of just explain absolutely everything, not in a chronological timeline, but in a way which I think can be satisfying to you, the viewer, and more enjoyable for me to go through rather than making a 5-hour video documenting the chronological timeline of Smart Schoolboy 9. But also, I should just say that everything that we're going through today is of course based around theories and allegations, and the things in this iceberg should absolutely not be taken as fact. And please, for the love of God, do not harass people involved in this iceberg and the lore that we're going to be speaking about today. But one last request is also, before we get into the iceberg, could you please subscribe to the YouTube channel? My friends, the amount of research and script writing I have had to do to make this iceberg video is genuinely ridiculous. We're going to go to points of insanity that I genuinely didn't expect, so it would really mean a lot to me if you subscribe to the channel, because, you know, like 50% of you aren't subscribed. If you like the video and just commented, hi Kenji, I don't know, he's my dog, just say something nice to Kenji. But yes,
hi Kenji.
Let's finally get into things.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he took.
Like all good things, it's.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he took himself off the internet scot-free. Yeah. He would try, but the thing is, he has too much attachment to the Stephanie Stansfield character that he's made that I doubt that he would fully take himself off the internet. Plus, he has other social media platforms, which, I mean, they'll discuss in this video, like Likey or whatever. So, yeah. I think mostly it'll be Instagram that he'll hide off of, but he'll find other places. I mean, shit, he could... Knowing... What I was trying to say was, he has other social media platforms like Likey, which they'll discuss here. I wouldn't be surprised if he just mainly got off of Instagram, but he's too attached to the Stephanie Stansfield account to fully disappear. And, I mean, who knows? He might be on Grindr and FetLife for all we know. He could be on some of the old message forums, you know, like Vampire Freaks used to have. Okay, I'm just making sure that you can hear me properly. Let's get back to the video.
Starts with the tip. This tip is the tip.
It's just the tip, guys. It's just the tip.
Of the iceberg. Which, as you can see here, is probably all the topics that most of you, if you know about this saga, are familiar with. And that starts us off with Numerous Cut 792. Now, despite what I did just say, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of you actually haven't heard this name before, but the reason that it's at the beginning and the very tip...
It's the spark that ignited the wildfire.
The iceberg is mainly due to the fact that you have kind of inadvertently probably heard about this person if you have watched any video about Smartschoolboy9.
Yep.
Because numerouscut792 is a Reddit user that basically started this entire story on April the 16th, 2024 at 1:41 in the morning. His post was on Reddit and it was titled "Creepy Accounts Pretending to be Kids," and the description said this: "I came across a reel randomly and it led me down this rabbit hole of people using AI or dressing up pretending to go to school. They all seem to have high heels check images in them.
Yep.
Is this an age play thing or something more sinister? Literally anything helps as I keep trying to look for answers." And then multiple images were attached to the Reddit posts, which contained very, very creepy looking imagery to do with all of the accounts that they were referencing.
Yep.
And then in the final two images attached, it leads us to today's main talking points: Smartschoolboy9. And yeah, due to the disturbing nature in the contents of what they attached to that Reddit post, it got a lot of people talking, and there it started with this story where people started looking further into this rabbit hole and doing their own investigations. One user wrote that they found all the accounts and blocked them. Another said, "Truthsticks11, which is one of the accounts, is seriously creepy to me."
You know, I really wish this was all just a fucking ARG. You know, but at the same time, we need to get rid of people like this. We don't know if there are other people that have been doing this as long as this dude. And it's just, I'd rather us, be the internet sleuths we are to try and figure out all this information and then turn it into the authorities than believe it's an ARG and just be done with it, I really thought this was some kind of analog horror shit when I first saw it.
I've been going to try find more about them, but I can hardly find anything. Very weird account to say the least. And yeah, it very much seems that this was the beginning to the entire story. I don't believe that there are any posts in regards to what this person is saying before this. So pretty much, this individual started off this entire saga. And with that, it leads us into the next section of the iceberg, which is, of course, Smartschoolboy9. Now, honestly, my friends, I'm not exactly too sure how to go about this, mainly because, well, this whole iceberg is about Smartschoolboy9, so I don't necessarily want to go into specifics or the subgenre of lore to do with Smartschoolboy9. I do just want to give a bit of a base explanation on who Smartschoolboy9 is, or the account that he was running at the time. So yeah, I guess we'll start right here with this Instagram account called Smartschoolboy9, who claims to be a 10-year-old mixed-race schoolboy, and his account is monitored by his own mother. And the profile picture next to that bio alone is extremely creepy, but when you scroll to the previews of multiple posts on this account, there's immediately a disturbing feeling that radiates from every single post here. The up-close images of someone who clearly isn't 10 years old, the tongue, the overall style, there's just something at face value that really did seem completely off here. There was something that was just so, I guess, uncanny valley about this account, and you can kind of understand why it got more people to.
Like I explained in the last video. Oh wait, hold on. There most likely have been, probably not as obvious or as keen to the eye as SCB9. Yeah, probably. The thing that freaks me out the most is, like, I've discussed this in the last video that we did on him, but he just looks like a fucking bloated corpse. And, like, the tongue thing is so fucking terrifying to me.
Talking. But ironically enough, this was only the tip of the iceberg, because with people doing research, they started to find a lot of weird things about this account. They found out this wasn't just a weird aesthetic of somebody dressing up as a schoolboy. No, in fact, they were taking images seemingly of real children and using them to pretend to be those children. In this post here, Smartschoolboy9 posts a photo of himself in the top right, then he randomly has mini boots in the bottom right, And then on the left, there is a random photo of an extremely creepy looking child, who I won't show the full picture of.
I don't know if you can see it, but right up here, in this top right image of Smart Schoolboy 9, it looks like his eyebrows are photoshopped to stick out. Like his glasses frames are warped. And like it looks like he photoshopped a blob of hair right here. I don't know what's going on with that, but that is weird. That is really weird.
Right now, because it seems that this is an actual real image of a kid that has had some form of, I guess, AI enhancements made on the kid, or some form of Photoshop edits, which have given the kid a rather large mouth with very red lips.
Yep.
And the caption of the post is, "Here at school, I've been paired with Wilfred, and how cool too, as we're quite good at environmental studies and loads of indoor studies in the new Achiever classroom. It's a quality place." And there were multiple posts just like this, of where the creator of Smart Schoolboy 9 had taken a photo of a real kid, and he had used it in the way that he had posted that kid there, of where there were...
I know he's probably going to talk about it in this video, if I remember correctly, but the Joanne Tang account, the girl who owns that account is compiling a lawsuit, I guess, with her parents, and because she found out about the situation, how he was using her pictures for this Joanne account, and yeah, she didn't take very kindly to that.
Were some creepy edits done to those kids. They had big red lips in basically every single photo, and naturally, more and more people started to suspect some, I guess, nefarious things going on here. Something disturbing really did come from these posts.
Yep.
But just like the Reddit post that started this entire saga said, this is a rabbit hole, and as you go further down the rabbit hole, it just gets creepier and creepier. For example, somebody found a screenshot of Smart Schoolboy 9 commenting on a photo of a child's Instagram account saying, "Do you like school? I do, it's good." And then another comment of him was found strangely commenting on another child's photo saying to be aware of creeps on the internet. And then another one was found of him being called out for being terrifying.
A lot of it is self-reporting too. A lot of it is self-reporting, because like anytime somebody comes at him with criticism, he claps back saying that they're a predator, kind of like Mama Max did, you know, for people not following his God cult thing. It's kind of the same shtick. The only difference is we know that this dude is a predator.
And then Smart Schoolboy 9 replied, alluding,
"Hopefully the lawsuit reveals more about him fast." I really hope so too. Godspeed, girly, to whoever those pictures belong to.
The person calling him terrifying was engaging in illegal activity. And of course, when people started to stumble upon this rabbit hole, it was just very confusing and very weird. Because now we not only have this person who was commenting on photos of kids, but he was also calling out other people for being creeps or even possible criminals, which, given everything we're going to get into in this video, well, it's just extremely ironic. But the more people went down this rabbit hole, the more terrified they became, because not only were there posts of images of random kids on this, but there were also videos of Smart Schoolboy 9 himself, which really made things even more terrifying. Because when it comes to accounts of people getting up to, I guess, dodgy activity or even possible illegal activity, usually they wouldn't show their face. They would
certified lover boy, certified what?
Be anonymous and hiding behind possible fake imagery, just like the images we've seen so far. But in this case, Smart Schoolboy 9 was very happy to post videos of himself doing really weird and creepy things.
Just a heads up for anybody that hasn't watched this video, he's gonna say creepy a lot. A lot.
School. Good at school.
He is wheezing through his mouth like that. That's so weird. Okay. We know what he's doing in this video. I don't want to keep seeing this. I want to fucking skip it because I'm pretty sure I can't show that on YouTube. I'll have to censor that out.
Now, immediately, I jump back to the phrase that I used earlier of uncanny valley. That's what these clips give. Just an uncanny, disturbing vibe. It's hard to explain. Well, it's not really. It is just a very creepy looking person. Who knows who this guy is and why he is doing this? And it only sparked up more conversation from this Reddit post. Because this is clearly an adult man pretending to be a school child.
The Sticky Club always is really weird to me as well. Like, I get what it's implying as far as what he's into. But, like, other than that, what the fuck are you talking about?
Why would they be doing this? Is it for some form of weird aesthetic, artistic purposes? Is it for some weird criminal purposes? It was at the beginning a very confusing situation, and it only started to expand the conversation. And with that, it leads us...
People saw this guy in real life and didn't just, ugh! Well, there are a lot of people that just, ugh, but that's the most they could do. Because the people that are actually trying to go look for him without police, involvement have doxed random people, thrown rocks at random people's houses. And it's like, y'all are children. You need to let, people handle it. I just wish it would have been handled a lot sooner.
Nicely into the next section of the iceberg, which is Nick Crowley. Now, Nick Crowley is a YouTuber known for investigating extremely disturbing rabbit holes on the internet. And in August of 2024, one of those rabbit holes that he investigated was, of course, Smartschoolboy9.
I think Nick Crowley and Nexpo both worked on some analog horrors at some point. I know Nick did in Liminal Land, and that was pretty dope.
And in this video, he discusses that he has been investigating Smartschoolboy9 for months, and the other accounts surrounding it that were posted in Numerous Cut 792's original post. And this pretty much is the spark that light the fire of this entire conversation and saga, because yes, Nick Crowley didn't start the conversation about this whole topic, but he definitely did get the eyes on it. He got so many people invested in this topic. His video got over 10 million views. It got over 50.
When I did the rabbit hole, I went over his video and Nexpo's video because I wanted to get all the details that we had at that time.
1,000 comments, and pretty much the entire world was now introduced to Smartschoolboy9. And of course that led to more and more people speaking on Twitter, Reddit, Instagram, TikTok, but also, most importantly, YouTube. Because with one YouTuber talking about it, it was of course going to lead to other YouTubers talking about it, and that does lead us into the next section of the iceberg, which is of course Nexpo. Now Nexpo is again another YouTuber that speaks about a lot of
I love Nexpo. I really do. He's done some great work. Mama Max did him so dirty.
creepy rabbit holes.
I'm still waiting on Night Ducks to come back. I really am. Jim, if you probably won't find this video, but if you ever do stumble across it, I hope you're well. I hope your kids are well.
On the internet, and 2 days after Nick's video, Nexpo uploaded their own video going through the rabbit hole, which also featured Nick Crowley, as the two had been collaborating on this case and investigation. And because of Nexpo's video, the fire only got bigger, and more people start to speak about this. And when you have YouTubers covering very popular situations, you're always going to get a lot of investigators that don't really have any skin in the game. They don't really have a social media presence, but they want to get involved because they've seen something absolutely disturbing and it interests them. But also, at the same time, you're going to have people that take a popular topic and use it for social gain. And that does lead us into the next sections, which we're going to group into two here, and that is online investigation and Reddit. Now, I should just say, before I get into anything, I don't have any problem with anybody out there.
Altair's like, yeah, well, YouTube ads. Man, I'm so sick of these goddamn ads. Everywhere I go, they never stop.
Who isn't a YouTuber or a TikToker speaking about this subject or doing their own form of investigation. When I said that, it gets people involved who want to, benefit from these situations or even just investigate it out of personal interest. I don't necessarily.
Wait, what do you mean, how do you go through them so fast? What do you mean, how do I go through them so fast? I mean, on my TV, they're slow as shit. But on here, I mean, I just kind of mute them. The ads, I swear, I get hour-long ads before I skip. Sometimes I do, but on my laptop it's not that bad. On the TV, however, it is. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get some really long ones in this video. I did last time, but I also sometimes block the ad providers.
Necessarily think that's a wrong thing.
Like, not with an ad blocker, but manually go and 3-dot click the sponsor and like block them from showing me anything.
Because that happens on YouTube and TikTok as well, where you get influencers who do benefit from these. I mean, every influencer that has spoken about this, including myself, has benefited from it. And if they do...
I mean, I haven't benefited much from it, bro. My video only got 82 views. Not saying that like I'm complaining. I'm glad I was able to spread awareness in some form or fashion, but not everybody that's talked about it has benefited from it.
Deny that, then they're completely and utterly lying. But what I was trying to say here is, of course, when you have people benefiting from a situation, you have people that absolutely take advantage of that and go...
That is true. People love to clout chase. They love to clout chase. Now, I talked about it because I felt like it needed to be addressed. Because, I try to talk about serious topics when I can, but there are people who will fucking run with it.
Oh, the
TV, yeah, I get those too. Maybe they recognize what you're using. People clout chase to tell lies. Facts. They do. And yeah, the TV takes longer, I feel like, because they're trying to use it like they would Tubi or something with your ads. I feel like it curates what device you're using and whether or not you're recording, shit like that.
A bit too far. And this is where I want to introduce the Smartschoolboy9 subreddit, which sole purpose is to find information surrounding Smartschoolboy9. And what this subreddit has done is pretty much allow people all over the world who don't have a platform to communicate with each other and just collaborate over this investigation. And ultimately, in my opinion, it's pretty much led to a net good. So much information surrounding Smartschoolboy9 has come from this subreddit that it's undeniable that it's done a lot of help in this situation. Yet at the same time...
Yeah, it's done good and bad. I don't feel like subreddits that have this double-edged sword should, be deleted, but I feel like they should be more heavily moderated. That's just me, though.
It has caused a lot of issues, and that comes from the online investigators who kind of want this whole thing to be the most insane possible thing. As we go throughout this iceberg, you're going to notice some insane and wacky theories that have absolutely no evidence to back them whatsoever. And a lot of this comes from individuals who do want to profiteer, but also people that just can't handle that maybe this topic could just be a very weird and creepy thing, but it isn't going to be the worst possible, most insane thing. And they cannot handle that, so they just go and, I guess, lie about certain things, fake screenshots, or just make wild theories with no backing. And because of this, people on the Smartschoolboy9 subreddit have said that the subreddit should be deleted because it's kind of lost the original objective because of people just either lying, trying to profiteer, or make the story to be even more insane than it actually is. Now, in my opinion, I don't...
Like, people need to have some decency about this shit. They really do. They really, really do.
think the subreddit should be deleted. I think it has done a lot of help, and I credit a lot for the research that I've done in this video. I would not have had half the things that I have in this video if this subreddit didn't exist. So realistically, I don't think that it should be deleted. I think maybe it should be slightly more moderated, yet at the same time, you'll then come into issues of what if somebody does have a massive scoop that is legitimate and they can't post because of the high levels of moderation. Ultimately, it's another conversation for another day, but yes, the subreddit and the online investigators have definitely been a massive contribution to this saga. And with that,
I want to take a moment to speak, to all the people that are posting legitimate contributions. Your hard work does not go unappreciated. Thank you for doing what you're doing.
I need to move into the next section, which is the topic of a predator. Now, a lot of you already know this, but as you probably guessed from some of the things that I've alluded to so far throughout the tip of the iceberg, a lot of people, if not everybody in the world that has seen this situation, believes that Smartschoolboy9 is an online predator. Because yeah, naturally people saw Smartschoolboy9 using photos of multiple random children without their consent on his pages, pretending to be friends with them, and of course that led to these individuals seeing this and immediately dubbing him as a criminal. And honestly, it's kind of hard to argue with it. There obviously is something very weird and wrong about taking photos of actual kids and using them to, I don't know, build this weird, creepy story where you're pretending to be a kid and also pretending to be friends with them and to go to school with them. It's obviously a very weird thing, yet at the same time, there is the ongoing question of, has he actually committed a crime? Now, we will get further into that as we progress through this iceberg, but yeah, naturally, you can kind of understand why people would call him this. Especially with more screenshots like this leaking of Smartschoolboy9 allegedly commenting this on photos of younger kids.
What the fuck? I mean, I've already seen this fucking image, but still, like, what the fuck?
It's saying the things that he is saying here. And yeah, that is an incredibly predatory thing to comment on photos of people who are underage. And naturally, this has led to videos just outright.
Of course Plagued Moth did a video on it. Of course Plagued Moth did a fucking video on it. Moth, just shut the fuck up. Goddamn, I fucking hate. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make this a fucking roast Moth session. But I didn't see this part. And I'm kind of fucking livid.
Calling him a predator. But interestingly enough, and in a slight contradiction to what we've...
If that's the case, it's considering what's considering not a crime. Even though in legit every moral eye, it is wrong. That is true. And yeah, fuck Moth. We don't fuck with Moth.
We've been discussing here. The next section of the iceberg that we're going to get into actually kind of goes against everything that we just discussed, and that is in the Truth Sticks 11 section, which introduces us to the next account that Smartschoolboy9 is supposedly running, and we'll get into the evidence for that later on, but let's just go through this account right now. As you can see, the account is described by Smartschoolboy9 as a beautiful boy and account looked after me, a degree-educated mother choosing to stay anonymous, good, original written work, advice, and compassion. And then there is yet again another very weird looking profile picture with another photo of a child that has been taken.
I'm so confused on the red lips. I'm so confused on the red lips. I don't know why they do that.
And changed by some form of editing software or possibly even AI. And then the same sort of trend continues in the actual posts where multiple children are being posted in this very disturbing sort of magazine aesthetic that he's going.
This reminds me of it feels like he's trying to reminisce on MySpace, but you know what this format also reminds me of? And I don't know if I talked about it on the last Smartschoolboy9 video. But it reminds me of this game called Hypnospace Outlaw. I don't know if y'all have seen it, but I'll show like a clip of it, image of it on YouTube when I get done editing this and post.
For on this account. And this account got a lot of people speaking, mainly because Nick Crowley and Nexpo covered this account in their videos, but it got a lot of people also speaking because of the weird sort of anti-predatory stances that the account loved to post. As you can see here, on the 3rd of October 2021, the first post was made, and it was a video warning users about another account pretending to be a younger boy. Which is obviously incredibly ironic given everything that we've gone through so far with Smartschoolboy9, but yes, in this post, a video is posted by the, by the mother of where they say this.
So, that's the account run by a man pretending to be a boy.
Now,
I
yes,
hate that
obviously,
fucking
the
laugh.
voice, everything, it's incredibly creepy, but it's also, you know, given everything, incredibly ironic. But the second thing that I wanted to point out here is this is obviously undeniable proof that TruthSticks11 and Smartschoolboy9 are the exact same person, because, yeah, the voice of the mother so happens to be the same voice as Smartschoolboy9.
Hi, I hope you like these photos. School is good.
It sound like, I know he's trying to speak in a higher pitch to sound like a child, but he sounds very wheezy too. Like, could he have been a chronic smoker at some point? I know in the article they were talking about, well, it was an old school article from like the 90s, but the guys at the grocery store he frequented said he was a rent boy, which we know that's the male hooker, essentially. So I'm going to guess that he, because of the wheeziness, he was a chronic smoker too. I don't know. It is not. It is alleged. It is just a theory, a horror theory. I'm just talking out my ass right now.
Really good. Sorry, I'm not there.
I don't like that he's trying to angle it towards his pants. I don't want to see that.
By a man pretending to be a boy.
So yeah, that's
Bro sounds like he's got pop rocks in his mouth.
outright confirmation right there. But again, this whole post is very, very weird considering, well, Smartschoolboy9 has an obsession of taking photos of kids and using that for his profile or story or whatever he's trying to do.
Yeah.
But then he's saying that there are online creeps and you should be aware of them. It's all a little bit confusing. But the posts only continue from there, where they call out yet again another individual, for this time pretending to be a boy.
Okay. Has anybody looked into this fucking account that he's screenshotting right here? Like, has anybody looked into this one? Because it makes me very concerned that this might be another account.
And then on November 17th, 2021, they posted more about their concerns surrounding online creeps, but then also attached a photo of another child they had taken from another different account where they had definitely not gotten consent to do so. And this strange style of content that they were posting on this account went on for around a year straight.
Yeah.
But randomly towards the ending of 2023, the account started to play more into their interest with, well, TruthSticks' story of going to school, and they would post creepy cartoonish photos of like this to kind of demonstrate their life. And then on top of that, even more creepy videos were posted, and I am gonna blur sections of this clip, mainly due to the fact that yet again it contains photos that I definitely don't think they've gotten permission to use.
Yeah. Something. Oh, God. It is fucking. Why did that specific picture look like a Kanye West Life of Pablo lyrics page? Right? I don't know. But I'm not gonna lie, these pages are meant to overstimulate, I feel like.
Now, obviously, there's not really much of a logical take that I can give to this. It's just creepy, disturbing, and weird, and
these posts make me hate being trapped in the Tism prison because they're so overstimulating. Like, he designs his posts, even if they weren't to, pretend that he's a kid, the formats of his posts are so overstimulating. And, like, sometimes I hate being autistic because of how overstimulating things get.
That's a take that I'm going to have for a lot of things throughout this, because honestly, a lot of the posts that either Truthsticks makes or Smartschoolboy9 makes are just completely and utterly nonsensical.
Yep.
Pretty much, these two accounts were the original faces of this entire saga, and they got more and more people doing their own investigations into everything. And with that, my friends, we now need to move even...
Have y'all checked his Instagram highlights as well? Because, the little snippets we see of the profiles, I can promise you they probably got some heinous shit on those highlights.
Deeper into the iceberg, out of the tip and actually into the iceberg, of where we're now going to discover that Smartschoolboy9 was, or still is to this day, running a systematic network of accounts where he had taken photos of real people and used those photos to pretend to be friends with them and build up this story that he is a child going to school, when me and you know it is a full-grown adult, and it just gets even weirder from here.
It does. Oh!
So yes, congratulations my friends, we are now into the iceberg, and this section of the iceberg is going to go over things that still, most of you, if you know about this saga, will probably know about, but some of the things here are definitely more obscure than the things in the tip of the iceberg, and that does begin us with Stephanie Schooley. Now Stephanie Schooley is probably the third big...
This is what I mean, he is so attached to this Stephanie Stansfield character. He has like 3 or 4 Stephanie accounts. Like, it is so bizarre.
Biggest account in the network of accounts that Smartschoolboy9 runs. And this account is very similar to the others. It's yet again Smartschoolboy9 posing as a school child, but in this case, he's posing as a 12-year-old girl called Stephanie. And what's interesting about this account is that this is seemingly the first Instagram account that Smartschoolboy9 ever created, and we will get into the evidence for that later, but it does kind of feel that he does have an attachment to this Stephanie account, and as we go...
Okay, I need y'all to pay attention to me right now. You see this Sierra Karate account? You see the format of the username? You know how we have like Stephanie Schooley, or we have, Girl Chloe 12, shit like that. Somebody look into the Sierra Karate account. Nobody has mentioned this shit in any video. I want to know if this is the same person or if this is just somebody that follows them, because most of the accounts that Smartschoolboy9 runs, they all follow each other.
Further down the iceberg, you're really going to see that, and it does link to a lot of other theories deeper in the iceberg. But yeah, Stephanie is really no different to the Truthsticks11 or Smartschoolboy9 account. It's dedicated to posting about stories of going to school, and also posting photos of school shoes, which you may notice so far in this iceberg is something that is continuously appearing throughout photos and videos of Smartschoolboy9 of where either heeled boots or school shoes seem to...
Yeah, the heeled mini boots, like every fucking account has these fucking mini boots
to appear. And I kind of want you to keep track of how many times he posts boots or heels in his photos, because trust me, it's quite a lot, and we will go into specifics later on. But also with Stephanie, she does seem to have a bit of a love for poetry, as it...
Yeah, Not great at it, though.
If you scroll through a lot of her accounts, you can find she has posted full-on poems, which give us a little bit of insight into...
Chad, I'm sorry about that. Wait. I love feeling great. Thanks, Tony the Tiger. This is the music I make when I lie about my position. Yes, you hired a liar. I've had too many drinks. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? So my boyfriend was hiding in the streaming room the entire time I was making food, chat. Well, my mic was off, so that's why y'all didn't hear him, but he was behind the door and scared the shit out of me when I came in here. And apparently he's been waiting forever. Yeah, so wasn't that fun? Fucking it almost gave me a heart attack. Go have fun doing whatever it is you're doing, love. Yeah, he's been waiting to commit tax fraud like the music. Jesus. Chat says you were waiting to commit tax fraud. I don't know, man. Yoshi did it. Not the rest of the night. After this last video is over, I'll come join you. I just might be a little tiny bit loud. Try not to be, but I can't promise. I'm sorry! Jesus! Yoshi got off scot-free. For real.
The life and lore of Stephanie Schooley, and we're going to go through a bit of a rendition of one of her poems. Kennington Road, London. I'm nearly home from school, and if I've also been shopping, the backtracks are filled with things new. The girliest luxuries, chic sunshine, recipes that raise the bar. For I'm a kitchen child, and when I do my homework there, a nice table is key for my clever intuition in school subjects and meals. Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly Shakespeare, and after this, there are also multiple videos of Stephanie seemingly singing or giving slight renditions of her poetry, and honestly, the live renditions don't make it any better.
Hello there, hi. This is Stephanie. I do have it. Hi, this one. This is just absolutely brilliant. I do have it. It is me. Breathers mine. That's right.
This is so weird. Like, I know that it's supposed to, make him seem more like a child, but it just shows that you're bad at poetry and singing, apparently.
Yes, thankfully, I don't think we're going to be seeing Stephanie Schooley on the X Factor anytime soon. But basically, you get the picture. Stephanie had a bit of an obsession with posting very mediocre poetry, and you can argue that it could be from the case of maybe they're trying to play the part of this is a school child and their English literature may not be that good, so the poetry isn't that good. Or on the other hand, maybe the creator of Smartschoolboy9 and Stephanie Schooley really does just suck at poetry. But poetry and music-related things are some of the subjects that are gradually going to come through more and more throughout this iceberg, and they will actually allow us to connect a lot of dots. But let's continue. Because aside from poetry, the account also follows similar trends of posting photos and also videos of children. In this video, she claims a video of a random child is her dancing, and in this post, she has another photo.
Yeah, I don't like you for doing that, All I see, other than the picture in the corner, is just a video you stole from a child.
Of a random child she claims is her school friend. And naturally, a lot of people started to get even more concerned as more information came out about these accounts, because the questions started to rise of, well, how is he getting these photos? Is he monitoring certain accounts where these photos will be, posted? Are certain kids...
Some of them he steals from other accounts, but other ones can't be reverse image searched, so they're directly from him, if I remember correctly.
at risk should this be notified to the police. It was all very worrying. And even to this day, after the hysteria and millions of people discussing Smart Schoolboy 9, he is still active on the Stephanie account, which he also has on Facebook, where he is still posting photos of random children. And what's interesting about this is, as of recording this YouTube video, TrueSticks11 and Smart Schoolboy 9, those accounts have been abandoned, deactivated, and completely permanently deleted. Yet Stephanie, she still remains, and it's not really known completely utterly why. There are theories, and the main one being that he is emotionally attached to this account, possibly because it's the first account in this cinematic universe that he's created, but also possibly because of some underlying traumatic events that we're gonna get into later in this iceberg. Which does then lead us into the next section, which is of course another account, and that is Stunning Stephanie. Now this account in particular, I did find quite a difficult task of finding any real information or screenshots surrounding it, mainly due to the fact that Smart Schoolboy 9 has seemingly done a lot of effort into purging a lot of his accounts, as I said previously, and this was also one of the accounts purged, but there are still some archived posts from it, and in particular, this photo right here, where Smart Schoolboy 9 is seemingly dedicated to dressing up like he's ready to go to an...
So, I want to point out something I never's gonna mention. The Shirley Temple cut is referring to the curls on this wig. Because if you remember, Shirley Temple had like a strawberry blonde hair color and had these curls. So I think that's what they're referring to. Also, I don't even like looking at this picture, but god damn it, the mini skirt, he's wearing a short skirt like that for.
Anime convention. And thinking about it for a second,
Shirley Temple. Yeah, Shirley Temple.
I probably shouldn't, make that joke, considering I myself am wearing an anime necklace. Well, let's just move on. Yes, this photo, it's him in a new outfit, a new, I guess, style, which was a little bit strange considering the aesthetic he has been going on with all of the accounts so far. So far, they've been dedicated to school-related imagery, wearing...
Oh no, I see it now, during the freeze frame. Oh no. Yeah.
School uniform, but this was something different, and these images have naturally creeped a lot of people out just because of... Well, I don't really need to explain why this is creepy. And with that, my friends, we need to move into the next section, which is yet again another account, and that is Schoolgirl Teresa. And yes, as you can imagine, it's another account in the network of accounts that Smart Schoolboy, I can't even say the name, Smart Schoolboy 9 was running. And in this case, he's claiming that Teresa is a Christian schoolgirl age 16 who is a competent writer.
Yeah, this is the first time he's really mentioned religion here, but if you look on his personal Facebook account, he's very religious, which is such a contradiction to this.
Now, this account is quite important in this iceberg, mainly due to the fact that this is seemingly the first instance we've gone through so far of where Christianity and religion is mentioned, because Smart Schoolboy 9 seems to have a lot of attachments to Christian. No, I'm not saying like the church are in cahoots with Smart Schoolboy 9. I'm not saying that. But as we're going to discover, Smart Schoolboy 9 is seemingly a Christian.
Let me grab my nicotine right quick, chat. It's only going to take me a couple seconds. I promise it won't take that long. Yeah, check if he's committing tax fraud and SSI fraud. My boyfriend's not committing fraud, chat. I'll tell you, he's not committing fraud. You're good. He's just getting ready for bed. Chat thinks you're committing SSI fraud. Don't dox yourself on my stream. I'm telling chat not to dox themselves on my stream. He's committing sleepy time fraud. I don't know, chat said it. Dishes will be done tomorrow.
Which is very important for actually uncovering the real identity behind all of these accounts. But now, in Christianity, this account pretty much does the exact same thing as the Truth Sticks account, where it takes a real photo of a child and it seems to do some form of editing on it to give it, I guess, really big red lips. And this does just seem to be a reoccurring pattern throughout all of these accounts and the ones we're going to get.
The drawings gotten even more suggestive too with this one. Mini skirt in these drawings is barely even there.
Into after this, and obviously
as a corporate girly, give me a break.
That's going to lead into a lot of theories to why Smartschoolboy9 is doing this, what he gets out of it, and why he enjoys making all of these images. But then we need to move into the next section of the iceberg, which is yet again another account, which is Girl Chloe12. Now, this account is particularly interesting, as once again, it is Smartschoolboy9 posing as a 13-year-old schoolgirl. But this account is a little bit different, as it actually shows real videos of a real schoolgirl without any editing whatsoever. Which obviously brings up the concern that I mentioned earlier of people stating, how is he getting these photos? How is he getting these videos? And why? Why is he using these videos? But what's also interesting is this account again started off as a bit of an anti-predator account, and it is just very confusing and contradictory. But yeah, from these archived previews, you can see a post on the Girl Chloe account that shows us that it was posting things about warning against internet predators. And naturally, the main response...
I feel like they're also using TikTok for a good portion of these edits.
And theory to this has been, it's a whole like hidden in plain sight thing. If he says that he's against these things and he's going to call out these things, then maybe people won't suspect him. But let's be real here, people. I feel like this guy is always going to get suspected of being something pretty devious because, I mean...
Just look at him!
Do I really need to say it? But people on Reddit also managed to find a photo of a random TikToker, and they claimed that this person looks like the girl that was appearing on the Chloe account. And some people in the comment section of this Reddit post said that they're going to get in contact with her and let her know about this. But honestly, I feel like if Smartschoolboy9 was using my images, I'd honestly rather just not know. I'd rather not know.
No, I would want to know, because people using my likeness is already something that I fucking hate. Like, not just as a VTuber, but, you know, as a person. I fucking hate that. Like, I don't feel like I'm good looking enough for people to just steal my likeness, but also, if I were a minor and people were using my shit for content without my consent, I would want to know. Because at that point, I feel like that's straight up wrong. If it's not illegal, it's at least morally wrong.
Know that this person knows who I am. Now, maybe that...
I want to know if a predator is using my young image. Facts! Exactly.
That's the wrong way to go about it, especially when we're involving, you know, kids and stuff. But a little note to you all, if Smartschoolboy9 is using my photos, just... Actually, don't let him do it. Now I'm saying it, now I'm thinking about it. No, contact the police. We need to move on to the next account, which is 12 Stockwell Joanne 12. Now, this account in particular has a bit more of a, well, not a bit more, a lot more of a sinister twist surrounding it that the other accounts so far haven't exactly had. So, of course, on the face value, it is posting once again as a 12-year-old called Joanne Tang, and they've posted things such as, "Hi, Joanne Tang here. During half-term school holidays at the independent school I go to, I sometimes..."
I am not going to be able to show this in post because some of these are edited very suggestively. I can't tell if they have pants or not.
Go overseas to school here, and it is nice when the plans run smoothly. And yes, given everything that we've gone through so far, this is pretty normal stuff. But then, when you start to investigate deeper into this specific account, you kind of stumble upon some things which, well, could possibly be illegal. For example, I found some Reddit posts which do allege that Smartschoolboy9 is apparently posting illegal imagery throughout the account and is simply covering it up with other images. Now, personally, I'm not exactly too sure about this allegation, and of course, I'm not willing to go investigate it or find archives because I don't exactly.
It's already dangerous enough that you showed the top left corner one, because those don't look like pants he's drawing on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to edit that in post.
Want to accidentally stumble across this illegal imagery.
Even if it's speculation, I would look into it and would know instantly. If people think it's me, I'll confirm it like everyone else. Facts.
But it is where things start to have a bit of a sinister turn, and yes, this could be people going over the top and suggesting things which aren't exactly true, but at the same time, there are things that do point in the direction that maybe the person behind all of this is into some severely illegal things. Now, this account in particular is quite interesting.
Some people speculate that he's mentally ill, but it's just like, even so, that doesn't change anything. Like, even if he's mentally ill, some kind of correction needs to be made.
Interested in posting about Southeast London by saying that they go to a non-affiliated exclusive continuation of the 1980s Streatham Hill and Clapham High School for girls, but also Stockwell, which is in their name, is also an area of East London. And this is pretty much the beginning of a trend that you're going to notice throughout this iceberg, of where Smartschoolboy9 seems to have a bit of a particular interest when it comes to Southwest London. He seems to always reference Streatham, Clapham, or even Stockwell, and that has kind of brought up the belief that possibly he either lived in this area at one point of his life, or he is even from this area and moved out from it to another location in the UK. But the account also follows similar traits as all of the other accounts, such as it posts real photos of actual children, and also features cartoon images of heels/boots in pretty much every single post. It is all very creepy and sinister, and naturally it does point in the direction of a lot of theories surrounding Smartschoolboy9.
I'm sorry, too many of those drawings don't look like pants and they just look like legs with nothing, and I have to censor those out when I can.
And just like all of the other accounts, this account, StockwellJoanne12, has also been privated and then deleted. So with that, we move on to one of the final accounts, and that is Mile.s95. And this account is pretty interesting.
This might be, if I remember correctly, this might be the first iteration of Smartschoolboy9 before it was Smartschoolboy9.
Because it brings us back to the classic, and that classic being Smartschoolboy9, who in 2020 was, interestingly enough, claiming to be a schoolboy called Miles, and this time he was 9 years old. Now, from what I can see, this account is seemingly the original schoolboy aesthetic that he went with, and I'm not exactly too sure if this Mile person is meant to be the same person of who Smartschoolboy9 is. They post very similar images, they dress in the same way, the same makeup is there, and as we've seen previously, there are different characters that he likes to portray, so I'm kind of gonna go off a guess that this account and this account are meant to be the exact same thing. I guess he just wanted to start a new fresh one a few years later with Smartschoolboy9. And once again, this account is also following the trend of posting photos of heels, saying that this particular pair of heeled boots was his heeled school mini boots, and then he posted photos of other things such as this packed lunchbox, and also a very, very creepy photo. And here he was really outdoing himself, and he posted, multiple photos of the same photo of himself. And I guess he was feeling himself, because mysteriously after this, he then posted a video edit of them same photos. Now, personally, I feel like the only logical explanation for this video is he was, really feeling himself that day. He really enjoyed the look that he was going with, so he had to do a million different posts to back it. But yes, this account in particular is quite interesting because, as I said, it is the first documentation of this whole schoolboy arc. But then we need to move on to, again, one of the final accounts, and that is middle name Veronica.
This one, I haven't heard about this one, I don't think, until this video.
which is once again another account posting as a 13-year-old called Stephanie, which does kind of confuse me considering the name, but it does.
This is another Stephanie Schoolie account? Why is it Veronica? Is it because her middle name, the middle name of the character is Veronica?
Does say here in the bio, Stephanie, 13, Greece mostly, genuine girl account with an umbrella of school accounts since and looked after by our parents / private / public. And as you can see, once again, there is the imagery of heels, but also something to note here is that they reference Greece, and Greece is something that has come up a lot in my research into Smartschoolboy9 for this video. It kind of feels like he has a bit of an obsession with that location, which has caused a lot of people to speculate maybe he has some heritage linked to Greece, maybe he's got some family over there, or maybe he just went on a nice holiday to Greece in his childhood, or maybe all of the things that caused his trauma that started everything in this story started in Greece. Personally, I think he probably just likes the island, but it's something a lot of people have speculated over.
Yeah,
but this account is also quite interesting.
It is kind of weird because a lot of his accounts mention being overseas or vacations or Greece or Italy, like things like that. But I don't know why. I know for a damn fact there ain't at least 35 accounts that aren't his. So who the fuck following these accounts? Yeah, that is a good question. Who are these people? You know, I kind of want to know the same thing.
Because once again, it brings in the whole big red lips aesthetic. Because as you can see right here, we have another AI generated image, and in this case, Stephanie, or I guess Smart Schoolboy, is claiming to have...
Okay, you could clearly see that this is in a locker room shower of some sort. Like, I'm so glad he's got it blurred out. But, oh my god. This is terrifying. This is terrifying.
Won a trophy. Sport doesn't have to be win after win or be...
This is sharing in a trophy room. I swear to God that looks like a shower.
First. The thirst for first should ideally be side by side with sessions as second or third, because in practicing you learn where the progress may be made. Wow, truly the most inspirational alleged internet predator. But the account also follows the trend of once again posting about London, claiming to go to a school in Kennington Road, London, and I googled this and it even falls into the trends of areas that he has previously spoken about, as it is not too far from Clapham and also Streatham. And a quick side note, it does kind of terrify me that he's obsessed with places like Clapham and West London, because I can't lie, I don't live that far from those areas of London. I'm not obviously going to give my specific location away, but I don't really live far, like a 10-minute tube drive, maybe a bit longer.
I don't blame you for being that scared. I don't.
And I'm kind of terrified that one day, you know, I'm going to be...
It has to be a shower with a curtain on the right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That would make so much sense.
Stroll in the streets of London, and then suddenly this man is going to be staring at me saying,
"Why did you make a 3-hour iceberg about me?"
Honestly, mate, I don't have an answer. Sometimes I just make these long videos. Sometimes I'll get clowned for being one man bad, but I don't really know why. Sometimes they just seem to go on and go on and go on, and yeah, there's no logic to this, just like how there's no logic to any of his accounts. But what makes this account in particular disturbing is that this account also follows accounts that post...
Oh, nah. This one is following actual kids. Hell no. That's terrifying.
Images of little girls, possibly even being accounts of just, younger girls running those accounts, and that is quite disturbing considering everything that we know so far. What business does this man have following these accounts that post these images? What business does this guy have with trying to befriend younger girls? Now, obviously, this leads into the whole theories that we mentioned earlier with this guy engaging in illegal activity, because people have liked to suggest that pretty much he follows these accounts because he is posing as a school child, and he hopes that these people will be lured into a false sense of security, and then he can engage in his nefarious means. But that actually does bring us to the ending of the list of accounts for now, and the ones that we've gone through in particular are pretty much the main ones that everybody kind of knows about. Now, some of you may not have heard about all of them or know the lore specifics surrounding them, but a lot of these accounts have been mentioned in a lot of YouTube videos documenting the lore and events surrounding.
A couple of them I haven't heard of, like Schoolgirl Teresa and middle name Veronica. Those, up until this video, I had not heard.
Surrounding Smartschoolboy9, and with that, we now need to move on from these accounts and go into more specifics surrounding Smartschoolboy9, and with that, we move into the fake interviews section. Now, this section in particular is probably one of my favorite pieces of lore when it comes to the Smartschoolboy9 Iceberg, and it's mainly due to the fact that the whole thing is just so utterly ridiculous, and it stems from a specific YouTube video called I Did an Interview of Smartschoolboy9, uploaded by Ezekiel the First. And yes, in this video, they claim that pretty much because of the whole hysteria surrounding Smartschoolboy9 in 2024, they decided to do everything that they could possibly do to get an interview with this individual and find the truth behind everything that was going on amidst the hysteria and madness.
I asked my team to do everything they could to try get him.
I'm just gonna mute this because I'm tired.
The interview itself, well, it went down really, really well. And look, in fairness to the person that conducted this interview, obviously they did get a lot of criticism, and naturally so. This was a massive topic, and they were blatantly faking an interview with an individual that a lot of people are taking very serious. But honestly, as much as I do want to take it serious, you can't help but just see this image and laugh. There's something about it which is just kind of beautiful and reminiscent of the old internet where there was just so much fake bollocks. But yeah, I'm gonna play a little clip from the actual interview, and I'll allow you guys.
I don't want to hear it.
This is fake.
Hello.
I'm good. I don't want to hear it. This is fake. This is very fake. We're gonna skip through this.
It's very questionable, and naturally a lot of people called it out for being fake, but...
I mean, are there things in the iceberg we don't know already? Yes. Yes. There are things in the iceberg we don't know already. There's a lot of niche details. But just bear with us. Just bear with us. Because it's not much new. There aren't many new things, but however, there are some that I didn't even know about. So, and I know we went into extensive detail about a lot of it.
But also, a lot of people in the comment section were just pretty ruthless with their criticisms and were just absolutely cooking not only the person who faked this interview, but the person who was pretending to be Smartschoolboy9. Firstly, we start off with the pretty tame criticisms, such as, for one, he's not even wearing the right shoes, man, where are the heels? And then somebody also said he's wearing brown gloves, which he has never done in videos before. And yeah, it would be a little bit weird if he was to be wearing gloves at this time of the year, considering that it was a warm summer's day. I mean, maybe, you know, Smartschoolboy9 is a bit of an odd bloke, but at the end of the day, nobody likes to be sweaty, and wearing gloves at that time of the year is pretty unrealistic. But then we move on to some of the more brutal comments, which is firstly, that ain't Smartschoolboy9, that's Intelligent Scholar 8, and then this brother grabbed a random utes and some uniform. And no, I don't endorse comments like that, but there are a lot of comments like that on this video, such as...
I mean, respectfully, let him cook, because, I mean, they kind of did just grab some chubby guy and put him in a school uniform.
This one here, which says... I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to read it. But as you can see, they were basically getting absolutely cooked in the comment section. I mean, literally every single comment was like this. And honestly, given the UK community, what can you really expect? But in fairness, the video did get over 500,000 views, 8,000 comments. And I guess, you know, at the end of the day, my friend, the game is the game. And they were definitely playing that game right here. And, you know, naturally, some people were very mad about this, saying that we need to take this investigation very serious. But, you know, at the end of the day, there's always going to be jokes made about certain things. And yes, it isn't necessarily meant to be a joke, but sometimes a little bit of goofiness is good for an icebreaker in serious situations like this. So, yeah, let's move on to the next section in the iceberg, which is the red lips. Now, to be fair, I have kind of covered this section already when we were going through all of the accounts, and this mainly does refer to, Smart Schoolboy 9 has a bit of a weird obsession when...
Well, I was making sure because I didn't want to make you more tired. Oh, I'm okay. It's only 7:30 where I'm at. I'm good. And the Donnie joke, yes, that was great.
When it comes to big red lips. You can go through all of these accounts and you will always stumble across an AI or photoshopped image of where a child seems to have rather, I guess, cartoonishly big lips that are very, very red. And I guess the question is that has stemmed from this is, why is he doing this? What are the theories behind this? Well, honestly, most of the online theories seem to allude to some...
Yeah, the other theory with the lips was the doll.
The theories behind this. Well, honestly...
Yeah. So, I definitely agree with the idea of, like, a corpse, you know, because he does kind of look like a bloated corpse. But I didn't even think about the doll resemblance. I didn't even think about that. That makes perfect sense too.
Most of the online theories seem to allude to some pretty sinister things, such as this. Now, obviously, I can't clarify on these things and say that they're definitely absolutely true, but given the fact that this is a lore video going through all of the craziest theories and pieces of lore to do with Smart Schoolboy 9, I would be doing a bit of an injustice if I didn't report these things. And some people have also said that the reason that he could do this is to possibly represent a dead body, but to be honest, I don't really remember.
The noises seem more like the doll theory, but everything else definitely mimics a body to me. It probably doesn't to a lot of people, but it definitely does to me.
Remember a dead body ever having big bloated red lips? Now, some have suggested the bloating could come from representing a drowned body, but at the end of the day, I still don't really think that's realistic. And whilst I do think that there is something sinister behind...
Well, at the same time, I never think about it. In advanced stages of decomposition, the gases are building up in the body. Like, they do cause bloating. Dark story I'm about to tell. But when I was visiting my grandmother in McKinney, on my dad's side, she had a dog named Indy, and Indy, one day we came home and her chain had gotten caught on the wooden fence, and she had asphyxiated herself. So we buried her that day, and like, she might have been out for hours because my grandmother was in nursing school at the time, so we had been there all day. But when we made her a makeshift casket, the dog, to bury her, the gases were already building, and she looked like 9 months pregnant. I'll bet 7:24 where I'm at. Darker earlier gets me tired. I think he just makes himself to look younger, not a doll. The red lip sucking is just pacifier. It could be, but at the same time, like, knowing my anatomy, my study of decomposition, the bloated corpse theory kind of sits with me a little bit, especially with the paleness. But the red lip thing also could be, it could be a pacifier, but it could be a doll too. It just really depends. I've been to a couple Adam and Eves where they've had dolls like that.
the whole red big lips thing, I don't think that this theory is necessarily that plausible. We'll go further down in the iceberg and find more reasons to why people believe this, but right now, I personally don't think it has much backing. And with that, we then need to move into the next section of the iceberg, which is the tongue. And yeah, I imagine what this is referring to is the fact that Smart Schoolboy 9's tongue sadly seems to appear in basically every single photo and video of him.
Yeah, and it's curled to where the tip sits behind the bottom teeth.
If you just look at the section on this iceberg alone, you can see that he seems to be, I guess, exaggeratively, is that even a word? I mean, showing his tongue in every single photo to a point of where it's kind of obnoxious, it's in your face, and seemingly quite deliberate. And I guess the whole question is again, why is he doing this? What is the look that he's trying to achieve with the red lips and now massive tongue? Maybe he just has a big tongue, or maybe there's something more sinister behind it. But another thing to note about the whole tongue section is a lot of people have pointed out that he seems to make a really weird noise with his tongue. Please
don't.
It has kind of perplexed a lot of people, mainly due to the fact that the videos of him doing this are very creepy.
Stop! We don't want to hear it every time. It's very gross. Stop slowing it down. We don't want to hear it. You're being nasty.
I guess it's just something that he really enjoys. So with that, we move into the next section of the iceberg, and that is Doncaster. I mean, this is probably the most British-centric video I've ever made. I didn't feel like I'd ever have to make lore about Doncaster, but alas, let's speak about Doncaster. Now, Doncaster is a British city in Yorkshire, England, and it's also the birthplace of my dog, Kenji. Yeah, subscribe and like this video for Kenji. But sadly, Kenji lore aside, it also turns out that Doncaster is seemingly the birthplace, or at least the location, that Smart Schoolboy 9 has resided in for the majority of his life. And now, this of course is speculation, and I'm not going to show specific addresses that people have tried to find and claim is where he lives, but I'm pretty fine in saying that Doncaster is where Smart Schoolboy 9 has resided, and that's mainly due to the fact that pretty much a million articles have been made about this, saying the exact same thing at this point. There are YouTube videos of millions of views saying this exact same thing, so I don't really think I'm engaging in any, I guess...
There are plenty of people on the r/Doncaster subreddit that have also mentioned seeing him, so...
disrespectful activities here by leaking addresses. I'm simply saying that apparently Smart Schoolboy 9 is from Doncaster, but a lot of the information surrounding Smart Schoolboy 9 and Doncaster seemingly comes from a lot of individuals out there giving their personal accounts with Smart Schoolboy 9 when they lived in Doncaster. And as I said earlier, what you're going to notice throughout this video is the further we go down this iceberg, the more we're going to realize that this story didn't begin recently, but it began decades ago. Now, as you can see, this is an individual here claiming to be called Reverend, and they said that they lived in Doncaster between 2003 and 2010. I moved from Ireland for personal reasons and heard great things about Doncaster, considering my great aunt lives around that area and let me stay with her to get back on my feet. I was born in 1983 and was about 20 at the time when I first moved. I lived considerably close to Hyde Park. During my time there, I had a night job and slept all day and went to work all night. I didn't have a car at the time and wanted to save money by walking. I always walked...
I don't know what's worse of SH seeing that, his lips like that, or cringe Instagram mouth reels. Man, I don't know what's worse either.
Alone and never had any issues with it until I saw this strange man, considerably overweight and messy makeup, wearing what appears to be a child's school uniform that barely fits and has very messy makeup at a children's park playing.
He was at parks, man.
By himself. It was hard to exactly see what he looked like because of the strange lighting at night, but I could see enough of his face. This continued for a while. It was strange how he was there every night alone at children's parks, doing whatever he was doing by himself.
Yeah.
I eventually had a friend drive me to and from my job since we worked the same hours, and I mentioned the man I saw to him, and he laughed and told me, "That guy is all over Doncaster, and he is a laughingstock. A lot of people know who he is, and he's reportedly gotten assaulted for sneaking on school grounds. Not sure if that's true, just thought I'd put it out there." Anyway, I moved out of Doncaster and I'm now back in Ireland. I watch a lot of scary videos, and when I saw the thumbnail for the Nick Crowley YouTube channel video, my heart quite literally dropped into my stomach.
I don't blame you.
I went and did some research and stumbled upon this Reddit and made an account just to post this. I know this isn't a big lead, but I just wanted to put out a word that he is quite infamous around locals. Now, this post is obviously a massive revelation because it shows to us that this thing isn't just an internet thing. This isn't like a possible weird art piece of where he's playing some sick game trying to trick the internet. This is a very legitimate, real thing, not ran by...
And it's a routine. Think about it. It is a routine. This has been going on so long that he's infamous. It's become normal for them to see him out here. That's the thing that a lot of people aren't getting, is that this is normal to see this dude in these places. And I don't like that at all. Like, the fact that he's been doing this before the, ages of, like, YouTube and whatnot, because, like, this goes as far back as, like, the 1990s and probably prior to that. But, nah, it is bad, dude. It is a routine. I will never understand people like that.
By a troll, and it has seemingly been going on for decades. But it doesn't end there with the personal accounts, because this led to even more people from Doncaster coming out and claiming how they would see this individual walking around Doncaster wearing this school uniform, and he would apparently even be hiding behind trees, and the police were also supposedly called in altercations. People served him in supermarkets, they were unnerved, he smelled badly, and of course, it was the same voice that we have all heard. But somehow, it doesn't even end there. Because more claims were made about his obsession with posing as a schoolboy, being creepy to people in stores, and the people of Doncaster seemed genuinely shocked that this story had finally gotten out there. It seems that Smartschoolboy9 was seemingly a bit of an urban myth in Doncaster. And it honestly isn't that difficult to find even more accounts of people claiming over the years to have seen Smartschoolboy9. But not just in 2024. I've done my...
Normal for people to let it slide is what you're saying? No, I'm saying that it's normal for people to see him. Like, obviously, there are some people that have fucking called the cops on him. I mean, yeah, people have let it slide for so long, but at the same time, if somebody has a history of the cops being called on and there's not much being done, I mean, that does become normalized in a way. We do have to think about that.
My research and found accounts of people pretty much describing word for word Smartschoolboy9 in the years of 2016 and even before that. It's quite wild that this story has gone on for so unbelievably long, but with that, let's move into the next section of the iceberg, which is Y2K. Now, if you don't know what Y2K is, pretty much it's like an aesthetic or reference to a certain time period between the...
Y2K is literally in the 2000s era aesthetic. Not the alternative aesthetic from that time, but like the Valley Girl aesthetic of that time. And Y2K was what we called the year 2000. It wasn't just an aesthetic, it was the end of an era.
1990s and 2004 slash, I don't know, 2007. And it's an aesthetic that has really grown in popularity over the years on the internet. You will see a lot of people on TikTok claiming to have the Y2K aesthetic. And I guess it's just people who weren't born in that time, or people that are nostalgic for that time, desperately wanting to cling to the past. It's something, that happens quite a lot. I don't know why I said desperately there. It sounds like I'm being critical, but no, this is a aesthetic that is very popular, and a lot of people have said that the aesthetic that Smart Schoolboy 9 seems to go with is this Y2K aesthetic, and some people have theorized that the reason he does this is to romanticize being as a child, and they basically go on to say that he is maybe creating a bit of a cinematic universe to possibly cope with trauma from previous events in his childhood.
It's a stretch, but at the same time, it could be a point, but I need a lot more backing for that. I did say that, some of his posts remind me of like old school MySpace. I definitely still believe that. But it is kind of a reach. Now, I will say that during the Y2K era, trafficking wasn't, as publicized, and, it wasn't as widespread awareness. There wasn't as much widespread awareness as there is now during the age of the internet, but it's still a reach. Weird aesthetic. Yeah, it is a weird aesthetic. But then again, I'm a goth, and I grew up with a 2000s emo phase, so, it is what it is. But the trafficking is kind of a stretch. I need more substantiated ideas for this.
Now, personally, when it comes to the theory of...
Weird for him, I mean. Oh, I thought you meant Y2K as a whole. Yeah, that is a weird aesthetic. Fair enough.
He's trying to create a Y2K aesthetic to, I don't know, simulate some level of terrible things happening. I don't really think I can go with that theory, but maybe the theory of him trying to deal with some level of trauma is possibly true. And
Possible,
again,
yeah.
I will keep on saying this, and it might be a little bit annoying until you get to the segments, but this does kind of play into some sections later on in the iceberg, where we speak about some of the things that may or may not have happened in Smart Schoolboy 9's childhood, because maybe this entire thing is spurred from some level of trauma. Now, that's not a justification, but at the end of the day, we do have to find a root cause to explain why is everything here? Why has this story been going on for so long? This isn't just a random little joke or a little bit that somebody thought.
It's like almost like it's a part of his life. So we need to figure out why things are the way that they are.
They'd be quirky in playing. This is something very serious that has been going on for so long, and there has to be a reason behind that.
Yep.
And the question about how long this has been going on for kind of gets answered in the next section of the iceberg, which is salad.
No, I'm obsessed with the past to a degree. It's a long explanation, but his weird aesthetic. No, I got his aesthetic is very weird. I agree with you on that. I'm a big history buff myself, but so I relate to you on being obsessed with the past. But this shit going on with his quote unquote aesthetic is terrifyingly weird.
Fingers. And this is quite an interesting part of the iceberg because, this does refer to David Firth, who is the creator of the series Salad Fingers. And coincidentally, it turns out that David is also from Doncaster. And with this and all the conversation going around with...
Also, I want to make it very clear, do not harass David Firth about Smart Schoolboy 9. He's so sick of it. He is so sick of it. He's never interacted with him. He's just seen him a couple times. Stop harassing David Firth. Let him make his little web series and leave him alone. Like, stop harassing him.
Smartschoolboy9, somebody reached out to him and just simply asked, do you know who Smartschoolboy9 is and have you ever seen him in Doncaster? And as you can see from these messages here, people were very detailed about everything to do with Smartschoolboy9, and Sanatfingers did actually confirm that he remembered Smartschoolboy9 walking around town in the late 90s or early 2000s. And when asked for details, he said he was a dark-skinned guy who would wear sloppily applied makeup, like a bunch of white and red makeup. It was smeared across his face. I remember him wearing a white shirt and a school tie, and he had a strange posture, or walked quite leaned forwards. He was quite tall and walked very fast. He seemed startled, looking around quite paranoid, and then he confirms that the identity that he was discussing here was definitely Smartschoolboy9 after he saw a photo of him. So not only is it a wild—
Wait a minute, let's go back. David said, yeah, that looks like him. His makeup's gotten neater. At the time, there was a rumor that the nearby mental hospital closed down, and they released everyone on the streets because he was just one of the many crazy people on the streets of Doncaster. Interesting. Nobody's really brought this up much, other than the Reddit investigators who say he might have lived in an asylum at some point. But yeah, don't harass David first. Let him work on salad fingers and let him be.
9 after he saw a photo of—
Wait, who the fuck harassed Firth over? I was gonna say maybe it will tell me, but an ad played. No, one guy was asking people who used to live in Doncaster if they've seen him for the Reddit investigation, but then mass crowds of people started DMing David over Smartschoolboy9. And he made a post like, please stop harassing me. He walked past me a few times, that's all there is to it. So, yeah, that's the whole thing with that. So, yeah, Firth has been harassed quite a bit over, people wanting information about Smartschoolboy9. But, like, y'all need to leave that man alone.
Him. So not only is it a wild thing that this massive online creator knows and has seen Smartschoolboy9 before any of this stuff kicked off on the internet, but it does also prove to us once again that this goes back even to the 1990s.
Yep.
And this does just show, given the description that we were given there, that Smartschoolboy9 would have been an adult in the 90s, so now in 2024, with him doing the same thing even 30 years later, he could be a very, or at least much older guy than we originally thought. You see, in these photos, I would have actually guessed he may be between the ages of 30 and 40.
No, a lot of people speculate he's 59.
But it apparently could be that Smartschoolboy9 is around the ages of 60. But with that, let's continue and move on further down the iceberg to Smartschoolboy9's music career. Because yes, on top of everything, just like every other micro-niche internet celebrity, I probably shouldn't describe him as that, but just like everyone else on the internet, Smartschoolboy9 decided to create a music career for himself, and yeah, the music is definitely very, very questionable.
You walk a mile in the shoes of a child.
What the fuck?
You realize why she cries. You assumed until you looked at the room. Now you're not assuming. You looked at the woman, now you knew.
What the fuck? If he's considered a celebrity, then a table is considered a pet. Off topic, but I'd love to hear a stream about what the past meant for you, like a nostalgic eye view for you. I'd love to do that. If I'm not doing, if I'm done with classwork tomorrow and done with my chores around the house, I'll definitely get on that because I do want to kind of do some nostalgia type things. Yeah, a table, shit. a table would be considered a pet if he's considered a celebrity. God, the music is uncomfy, bro. Uncomfy.
So when you get it right in Chicago holds tight, you know you.
He has a weird interest with Chicago too, I've noticed. Like, I don't know why he likes Chicago, but okay.
Got it cool, but when you get it wrong, there ain't no song. So look, learn some more.
I mean, as much as I can say that this is a really weird, creepy piece of music, if you can even call it music, this definitely is the sort of thing that Fantano would give a 9.
Feeling a strong 8 to a light 9 on this album. I think it's fantastic.
But now, these songs were actually leaked from multiple researchers trying to find the original person behind the profile of Smartschoolboy9. And all of these songs just seem to have a bit of a disturbing, terrifying, uncanny, unexplainable, spooky vibe behind them.
You can't have people stood on the street. That's not the way to go.
That's not the.
I feel like if he wasn't a creep, this wouldn't be as disturbing. It would be like somebody trying to learn how to sing and trying to learn how to mix and master music. But unfortunately, you know, it's not the case. Now I've done a couple things here and there where I've mixed some stuff, you know. I've combined 2 songs together, or I've taken 2 TikTok videos of the same song, but one has like a duet where the guy is singing in a higher tenor, and then the other one is a duet with a guy singing in bass. I've done those.
I'm high, I'm from outer space. I got Milky Way for blood, evolution in my vein. I'm gold, I've been far away, I'm illuminated now, make a move, start a waves. I've been driven on my mind for a long time. I had a vision from the birds, they want a coastline. Artificially intelligent way, I'm your future, past, and present, I'm a fine line. Yeah, I'm a mystery of this illusion. I am not really here, but an intrusion. I don't swim or sink, I just float. I don't need gravity, I just need growth. Oh, when I move, it's an earthquake rumble. I won't ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls like Jericho crumble.
And also if a song is missing, like it has unreleased harmonies and whatnot, like Baby Bash's Cyclone, T-Pain did the harmonies on that. I mixed that. Like, I know how to do basic shit like that, but at the same time, I don't know music composition. But I feel like if he wasn't a creep, we wouldn't be as disturbed by this. Chicago has a lot of benefits for British investors. Fair enough.
So I'm gonna go there, ask a few questions, because I need to know.
Oh, I just need.
Yeah, I can't explain it, but it is just it just feels so unbelievably wrong. And of course, this did lead to even more crazy.
I don't know if this is what he was going for. I'm assuming that he just has an obsession with Chicago. He likes older shows. He has a really big thing for really old shows. So I'm assuming that one of the shows he really liked was in Chicago.
Wild theories and speculation, as you can see here, with what people were saying that he may have done whilst performing this music. But despite how terrible this music is from Smartschoolboy9, it still somehow manages to be better than 95% of YouTube musicians. But now I actually want to move ahead and actually skip down a layer in the iceberg. I know I shouldn't really be doing that, but I do just want to go and speak about this section called David, which is in the next layer. And the reason that I want to do that is because, as I said earlier, people found the music of Smartschoolboy9 by finding, or at least thinking they had found, the original creator behind everything in this saga, and that individual is apparently called David. Now, there are a lot of claims out there of what David's last name could possibly...
I know that some people believe his last name is Alter. Danky Jabo did a video on this, and he's like, y'all are really dumb for thinking that, because what if he's just using that because he has several alter egos and he's trying to cover his ass? David London, which is obvious, he lives in London. That's the only reason he's using that. Like, there are plenty of people that think those are his legit last names. Honestly, I thought Alter was his last name too, because I mean, some people have some really interesting last names out here. I mean, the London one obviously was a dead giveaway that was fake, but you never know with people.
Be, and I'm not going to use...
We don't know what his last name is. But people speculate. They thought his last name was Alter, like alter ego, but I mean, obviously he's covering his own ass. I didn't see it before, but Danky Jabo kind of called us out on it. If that's the case, then yes, Chicago benefited from British investors, even Americans or artists that use a fake accent that record in Chicago. Yeah. Makes sense. But yeah, people think his last name is London. Some people think his last name is Alter. And like I said, Danky Jabo kind of called us out on both of those. We don't know his actual last name yet.
Any of those alleged last names in this YouTube video. Now, they have been posted in multiple articles where people have said he could be called this, he could be called that. But I personally don't want to go into that because it does come into a lot of murky territories. But also, I don't want to say a name and it absolutely isn't this person's name. And then someone out there that so happens to have that alleged name then gets in trouble.
No, I promise, Altair. I wasn't trying to scare you. I'm sorry if it seemed like I was trying to scare you.
Trouble themselves, gets harassed and all of that terrible stuff. So I do just want to say, based on a lot of people's research, the person behind Smartschoolboy9 seems to definitely be at least called David. And look, as much as some people may get mad that I'm not going to go into the full name and specific details behind David, the reason that I'm not going to do that is because I do have a responsibility on this platform. I do have 1 million plus subscribers, a little flex there. But no, I can't just come in here and say, this is definitely this full name. I think saying the name David is fine because that is pretty much everywhere, and the name David does pop up notoriously throughout this iceberg. So yeah, I'm just going to end this section by saying David is apparently the name behind Smartschoolboy9. He will come up more and more throughout this iceberg, and the way people manage to find Smartschoolboy9's music is by finding some of the profiles of David where this music actually seemed to reside. And of course, throughout the music, you can hear the voice of Smartschoolboy9 himself, which is apparently David. But with that, we then need to move into the next section, which is of course boots. And this of course refers to something...
I'm telling you right now, we've said it in the last video, it's gotta be, fetish content with the boots. It's gotta be.
That we have already mentioned throughout this iceberg, and that is Smartschoolboy9's weird obsession with high-heeled boots. In so many of Smartschoolboy9's posts, he seems to always feature some level of school shoes or heeled boots. He appears to own some, but he also appears to show cartoon-related images to heels and boots. It's very confusing, and it is probably the biggest pattern that you're going to see throughout all of these accounts. And I think the general consensus surrounding his obsession with high-heeled boots is going to be pretty obvious. People do believe that Smartschoolboy9 is, once again, into this style of thing. People think that he really gets going when he sees a pair of boots or heels or school-related shoes, which is obviously even more disturbing based on the fact that he runs profiles like the ones he does, and throughout all of them, boots and heels appear, and knowing that he could possibly be into that in a certain way is very disturbing, considering he is marketing himself as a, well, smart schoolboy. It's very creepy, it's very disturbing, and it only backs up more theories that Smart Schoolboy 9 is indeed engaging in some level of illegal activities.
He's a predator.
And that actually does move us nicely into the next section, which is chasing child. And yeah, it pretty much sums up what this is all about. There was a video when this whole thing was going viral originally in 2024 that did the rounds of where Smart Schoolboy 9 actually posted a video of him seemingly chasing a
Now, the way it was edited, we don't fully know if he was actually chasing a child or if he pulled it off somebody's account. But however, the way he laughs and the way you hear the clicking of the boots, it sounds like he might have been.
Child.
Thank you for blurring all that out.
Now, naturally, when a lot of people saw this video, they were, of course, extremely concerned, especially with what we've already seen so far in this iceberg. Yet at the same time, there is actually debate surrounding the legitimacy of this video. Is this him in the video? Is it a fake video that he's pulled from somebody's account and kind of tried to display as himself? Because that is something that he has done throughout a lot of his accounts, where he takes somebody else's video and posts it saying that that is him. But it doesn't really make much sense. Why would he post a video of him chasing a kid? Obviously, that's going to incriminate him. That's going to get people looking into him and bring a lot of attention to his accounts. Now, some will say, well, maybe that's what he wanted. Maybe he did want the attention. But then just think...
I mean, if you really think about it, yeah, that could be the case. He might be into humiliation. He might be wanting to get caught. We don't know. There are some people that are into that. Hold on, I gotta take off my jacket right quick. Sorry. But yeah, he could be into that. We don't know.
Think about this. He's been doing this since the 1990s. Why would he randomly want attention in 2024? It realistically does...
Maybe he's been doing it so long he doesn't think he'll get caught. We have to think about that too.
Doesn't really make much sense, but right now, the overwhelming consensus surrounding this video is people actually do believe that it is real. And to be honest with you, it's something that, yet again, I can't exactly 100% confirm the authenticity of. Now, I personally think maybe it could be true, given the fact that we've seen people give personal accounts where they speak about Smart Schoolboy 9 allegedly sneaking onto school fields and also having altercations with people in Doncaster.
And being in children's parks.
I think there is a very, very heavy possibility that this video could indeed be real, which makes this all unbelievably more worrying. And that does give us a pretty natural progression into the next section of the iceberg, and that is police investigation.
Yeah.
And yeah, this obviously refers to the fact that a lot of people on the internet seem to believe that right now, Smart Schoolboy 9 is under investigation via the British police. And this was seemingly confirmed when a British police Twitter account based in Greenwich, London, tweeted out warning people about Smart Schoolboy 9.
He's on Snapchat too, and TikTok? Damn. I didn't know he was on those platforms, honestly.
And stated that there was an investigation ongoing. And yeah, people saw this, ran with it, and thought this absolutely confirms everything, because at the end of the day, why wouldn't they? This is an official police account in the United Kingdom, so seemingly that makes this whole thing legitimate, right? Well, actually, no, because media company Dexerto reached out to the Metropolitan Police, which is the London police force, and they asked about this whole situation, and pretty much the Metropolitan Police responded.
Wow. As no crime has been committed in the content of the video, we are not investigating anything at this time. We have reminded the local teams on the parameters of how we operate and what content should be posted online from our channels.
Saying that they are aware of the content being posted online, but no crime was committed in the content of the video, so they are not investigating anything at this time. But there is a glaring issue with both of these tweets considering the contradictions here. These are all Twitter accounts based in London. Now, as much as London will be mentioned a lot throughout this iceberg, it is pretty clear to us that Smartschoolboy9 right now does not live in London and actually lives in Yorkshire, Doncaster. Yeah. And when contacted, the South Yorkshire police from Doncaster were pretty coy to Dexerto, stating that they basically can't confirm or deny.
I don't trust a lot of what Dexerto says because community notes have violated them a lot. But, I mean, I'm hoping there's still a police investigation going on.
Deny absolutely anything to do with an investigation with Smartschoolboy9. Now, personally, my belief here is that they definitely are doing somewhat of an investigation into Smartschoolboy9. There probably is a million other things that they have to deal with. Yeah. But given the sheer amount of hysteria and conversation surrounding Smartschoolboy9, they probably couldn't just say, oh yeah, we're investigating him. Because of course, that would make even more people talk. That would probably get a lot of people investigating even further. And this actually could damage the investigation because it could lead to more fake accounts being created. It could lead to evidence being damaged and mismanaged. So obviously, yes, I feel like the police would be pretty coy when it comes to this investigation. And personally, given everything that we've looked at so far and what we're going to look at in this video in Iceberg, I do believe that the police definitely are at least looking into Smartschoolboy9.
They have to be.
Faking is a real big problem with this story, and it does lead into the next section of fake theories. Now, this calls back to something that I mentioned towards the beginning of this video, of where there are a lot of people on the internet right now doing investigations into this topic with very legitimate reasonings behind them. They genuinely have interest in it, and they genuinely want to do some.
That's why I looked into it, because I was like, this shit needs to be, people need to be aware, people need to know, you know, I don't want people to feel like, I don't want people to, you know, not know about the situation at all.
Good. But at the same time, there are going to be people that want their slice of the internet pie, and what they will do is come into the Smartschoolboy9 subreddit or other Reddits out there, and they will post the most insane theory possible of, well, they'll say, Smartschoolboy9 did this insane thing, this absolutely ludicrous thing where there is no evidence to back, but I'm going to say, because of this one post here or there, that it definitely means this thing is real, and they'll be doing this to engagement farm, and they'll possibly then go on to TikTok, say the same theory, and because that application is flooded with 12-year-olds, they'll believe those theories, and it will cause a lot of shenanigans and a lot of problems, because then the whole topic surrounding Smartschoolboy9 just gets a little bit ridiculous, and it...
I miss when it was just Musical.ly, because I liked Musical.ly. I miss when Vine was around, you know?
Kind of takes away from the real serious nature surrounding it. And yes, I actually do think it's okay to make jokes and, you know, memes and stuff like that. But this is completely different because it actually does damage the integrity of the investigation surrounding Smartschoolboy9. So yeah, I really do recommend to watch what you say when it comes to your own personal investigations, because it has led to people on the subreddit claiming that the whole Reddit should just be deleted because it's been completely derailed by people pretty much seeking attention. And whilst I don't believe that the subreddit should be deleted because I think it has led to a lot of helpful things in this investigation, I do understand and emphasize with why people are so frustrated by these fake theories that keep going around on TikTok of, oh, Smartschoolboy9 has now run away to America or something on those lines. America has enough trouble.
We have enough to deal with, motherfucker. We have way more than we should.
Let's move into the next section, which is going into schools. Now, given everything that we've gone through so far in today's video, this is obviously going to be a bit of a worrying section of the iceberg. Yet sadly, it isn't far from the truth, seemingly, because on a lot of Smartschoolboy9's Instagram accounts, he actually did post videos and images of him seemingly going into schools, but not just empty schools, but schools full of students.
Yeah. Mind you, this looks like a pre-K.
I'm here at school.
The way he's turning and lifting his legs, he's definitely showing off the boots for fetish content.
Hi guys. I'm here at school. Yeah, look. I'm sitting here filming.
The filming, I don't know, that might be, I've never heard a UK person in the modern day say filming like that, but older British shows might have used the word filming instead of filming, you know, so that, like, his obsession with the past kind of makes sense with this phrasing. I don't know. I'm just thinking about it.
Hi guys. Hello? Hi. I hope you like these photos. School is good. Really good. Sorry, I got there.
Now, immediately at face value, these videos are very creepy and very disturbing because it does bring up the questions of how has he even gotten into these schools and why is he there and why are they allowing him to walk around these schools? But naturally, at the same time, it has also led to speculation because basically a lot of people out there are saying that these videos are not even his own videos and they are once again a case of him stealing.
That's what I was thinking, was he was taking these from videos of students.
Content from other people's profiles so he can act like he's actually going to school. Now, personally, whether these videos are real or fake, I think both options are worrying because number one being if he did actually go into a school, that's obviously incredibly weird and terrible and there needs to be some explanation behind that. But option number two of it not being real brings into the whole question of how did he get these videos? Where is he getting them from? Is someone else sending them to him? Or is he following videos of other children so he can steal their content? Which is still worrying because he is observing people online from a distance where he is seemingly getting away with taking so much imagery and videos that I'm genuinely concerned for the people that he followed. It's confusing, and again, I don't really think there's going to be an answer surrounding these school videos.
Yeah.
But honestly, with these ones, I feel like they're probably not his videos, and it is more likely that he has stolen them from someone else's profile. It doesn't really make it much better, but at least at the end of the day, we know that he isn't breaking into schools. Yet at the same time, there was a post that we went through earlier of where somebody did claim that he was sneaking onto school fields, so maybe, just maybe, this could actually be real. But with that, we now need to move to the next part of the iceberg, which is balding. Now, this might be a bit of a short one because it's pretty easy to explain, but yeah, a lot of people on Reddit were speculating.
I mean, he's going bald. It looks like, okay, it doesn't look like a mask outline here. Like, I understand what they were going for, but I think he just drew on a hairline. Now, the bottom half could be a prosthetic, but I don't know. The wrinkles in his nose look very, very real. But this top part, I think, could be like, just him drawing on a hairline.
About Smartschoolboy9's appearance, theorizing about certain things, and basically, one of the theories lingering is that Smartschoolboy9 is wearing a mask, and one of the reasons people are saying this is because on certain parts of his head, there seems to just be skin where there should be hair. But people actually got to the bottom of this theory, and the answer to it all is, well, he is simply balding. There's nothing dramatic. The bloke is just losing his hair, which would actually match up with the age we guessed earlier of he could be between the ages of 40 and 60, where in a lot of cases for British men of that age, they seem to lose
male pattern baldness. I mean, it happens here in the US too.
Their hair. So honestly, there's not really anything creepy about this. It's just, yeah, the bloke is losing his hair and going bald. So with that, we'll move into the next section of the iceberg, which is religious. And this actually takes us back to one of the accounts that we were mentioning earlier, and that is Stephanie Schooley. You see, it's been pointed out quite a lot that the Stephanie Schooley account has a lot of quirks, and one of those quirks is posting about religion. Here she is stating that she went to a youth summer camp and is looking forward to doing things such as a day...
W-add on that last one. It's gonna be edited out, but like, it's about Gaza. If you don't know, I still have a Gamers for Gaza donation fund going on. So, I mean, if you want to donate to that, the link is in my Twitch and in my bio on my YouTube channel. I understand that if that kind of turns you away from me, that's fine, but I just wanted to bring that up since we got a Gaza ad this time.
Of atonement, and speaks about biblical festivals and the New Testament. And just looking at the wording here, it's clearly not a child typing this. This is an adult who has a big interest.
The festivals are interesting because I've never heard of a religion that talks about the Feast of Trumpets and stuff like that. It doesn't sound Mormon, but it sounds like a similar denomination to it. I don't know.
In Christianity, which once again plays into the supposed creator behind all of this, David. But it doesn't end there, as Stephanie also posted poems about going to summer camp and summer church, and that being a good girl is clever. And some people have actually pointed out that David himself on his own personal social media has posted about very religious things connected to Christianity. And what's interesting about this is that this Stephanie account is seemingly the account that he has been running the longest, and the one that he has the most emotional attachment to. At the time of recording this video, that was the last account that he had ever used, and this account is different to a lot of the other accounts, as it seems to mention very personal things connected to David himself. It likes to project certain pieces of music and poetry. It likes to speak about religious beliefs, which are all two things that David himself seemingly had interest in when people went through his own social media profiles, which again, I won't show the names for because I don't really want to. And based on these reminiscent posts about summer camp, a lot of people have theorized that maybe he's referring to pieces of his childhood where he himself went to a Christian summer camp. And it again plays into the theory that this network of accounts is a bit of a system for him to deal with some level of traumatic event that happened in his childhood.
Some of the biggest sources of religious trauma come from religious camps. So, I mean, I could see it. And a lot of people who were deeply religious in their childhoods had some sort of sexual trauma at youth camps as well. So, yeah, I get it. I can see it.
Childhood. But with that, we then need to move into the final section of this part of the iceberg, and that is Stephanie Stansfield 1401, which is yet again another account that he owns that is posing as a schoolgirl, but interestingly enough, it's another account that is called Stephanie. And once again, this is an account that posts actual photos of real kids, and once again on this page, the heels obsession continues in a post captioned, "Me, Stephanie Stansfield, wild about..."
Yeah, this one is the most blatant, towards the idea that he's predatory.
Being 12 years of age. Me with my pencil case that, oops, clumsy me dropped upon the floor here at school, and I now have to pick it up. Yes, impossibly one of the miniest school skirts ever. And look, you don't need to be a genius to understand why this post in particular is very, very uncomfortable. It's very obvious what he's doing here, and posts like this naturally will point in the direction of sinister theories to suggest that yes, Smartschoolboy9 is indeed a criminal. And when I say suggest, as of right now, of course, there is seemingly no criminal conviction against him or no concluded police investigation. Maybe when you're watching this 3 years in the future, that may have happened. But as of right now, recording this video, I can't directly say he's a criminal. In my personal opinion, I definitely think that, you know, illegal activities are maybe possibly going on here, but for legal reasons, I can't definitely say that. But yeah, this account has been the lead to a lot of theories, such as the theory that Stephanie Stansfield could be the manifestation of Smartschoolboy's mother, but also some people have said that Stephanie could be a former crush from Smartschoolboy9's.
They said in the last post before this one, a couple seconds ago, that his mom passed in 1992, at least from Doncaster locals. So he didn't start dressing up like her until then.
Childhood. And the thing is, with these two theories, as we go further down this ice,
I want to make him look like a bloated fish. I don't know, Twitch will censor the COR word, so I'm going to say fish. Yeah, fair enough.
Iceberg, you're gonna discover that they're not.
Try typing it with a K and see if that works for you, Altair. Like, with a K instead of a C.
Not exactly far from the truth. But another thing that I noticed about this Stephanie Stansfield account is that heels pretty much appear on this account far more than they do any other account in the network of accounts that we have gone through so far, which show once again that this is a very personal account that he has a lot of attachment to, because he seemingly is displaying much more of his personality here than he did in some of the previous accounts. For example, the creator behind all of this, who is supposedly called David, has a big obsession with music and poetry, and this account loves to post a little bit of poetry. Colder weather, patents leather, the look of pavements as shiny as my shoes, rainfall upon tarmac, street lit artwork, street lamps like small ovens or little UFOs, evading the news, 8 a.m, Emma and Jen, an opened brolly, not much bigger than a pen. They walk past my house in deep conversation, but there's a brr in brilliance this morning. They're also age 12, but chat like professors. They probably will be one day. The sound of greatness gets better. I don't have to leave for school just yet. I'm eerily check that our bins are in place, and I'm
I never, it's merely.
Walking well in my new high heels, whilst the icy air adds natural blush to my face. Yeah, natural. The dawn sky will have the color of new grey socks. Mine are brilliant white as
corpse. I'll beat him to a corpse. Yeah, corpse grinder. We love Cannibal Corpse in this household. You know, that's what we're talking about.
Is the clock. A pretty pale brown and pink might also arise one of the winter's alternative rainbows for girlhood. The sky and me, similar shades for a while. The bus shelter is a fridge. The local park is a freezer. That's why I shall get a lift to school in a nice warm new school blazer. Written by Stephanie Stansfield, age 12. And yeah, the poetry is very weird as it's displayed in a bit of an incompetent way as somebody who doesn't necessarily have the best handling on English writing. And I guess the whole reason for that is because he's trying to play into this 12-year-old persona of somebody who doesn't.
Okay, in fucking 5th grade English, we did a lot of poems. Okay? In middle school English, we did a lot of poems. And I promise you, we were very, very well educated on them. And I'm pretty sure most people age 12 in the UK are too. Because they go step by step on like different stanzas, different forms. Now, I could understand if this was free verse, but it doesn't seem like it is. Like, I'm just speaking from the poetry standpoint. I'm not, like, separate from Smartschoolboy9. I'm speaking from the literature standpoint. It's very broken. We can't figure out where the stanzas are, if they're A-B or what. It could have been a free verse poem, which would make more sense, but I doubt it.
Really have great literature skills.
Yeah, I love the Cannibal Corpse hit song Kith Schoolboy 9, where we delete Minecraft server. Yeah.
And that makes this even more creepy, in my opinion. The fact that he actually tries to get into the personality of somebody much younger than him makes me think we're dealing with a deeply disturbed individual.
Yeah,
but that
we
does
are.
actually take us to the ending of this section of the iceberg. And now we need to move into the middle of the iceberg, which is a new section which contains lore that a lot of you may have not have heard of by now. Things that will genuinely shock and surprise you and make you realize that Smart Schoolboy 9 is far more sinister than we originally thought.
We already addressed that he uses the word creepy a lot, but he's going to use the word sinister for a lot of things. Into the iceberg. Ooh.
So congratulations, you've made it to the middle of the iceberg, and this is where things start to get a little bit more rogue. Now this section of the iceberg does actually contain a similar amount of topics as the previous one, but I kind of expect this chapter to be a bit shorter than the last one, mainly due to the fact that we're not going to have to go through a million different accounts this time, and rather what we seek to do in this chapter is go through more specific pieces of niche lore to do with Smart Schoolboy 9, and with that, my friends, firstly, I do just want to put a request. Could you please subscribe to the channel? I'm kind of going to do it at the beginning of every single chapter. I'm sorry, but this takes a lot of time. I may as well...
It's understandable. It's understandable.
Ask for it every now and again. Thank you very much. Let's get into the first part of this section of the iceberg, which is doxing. Now, doxing is to search for and publish private or identifying information about a particular individual on the internet, typically with malicious intent. And doxing is a major problem that has occurred throughout this whole saga, because pretty much a lot of people have took it upon themselves to, I guess, seek justice.
They're pulling a Mama Max.
They have tried to find the location of where Smart Schoolboy 9 possibly resides and leak it to the world so people can go and do, well, whatever they want to do. And I want to take this part of the video to say, you are not Batman, and I certainly am not Robin. It is not our jobs to go in real life and find Smart Schoolboy 9. Obviously, film number one, you are not a police investigator. Yes, you can discuss and have discourse surrounding everything in the events of what we're going to be discussing today, but don't take that and think that you are now the judge, jury, and executioner. You can hold your own personal opinion, as I do mine, but don't go around in the world chasing people who you suspect to be Smart Schoolboy 9, because this has led to a lot of problems where individuals have been doxxed because people believe those individuals could have possibly either been Smart Schoolboy 9 or could just be possibly linked to him. And naturally, in most of these situations, the individuals who they suspect actually have no attachment to this case whatsoever, but even if they did, that doesn't necessarily give you the right to go and act like a police commissioner. You don't have the right to act like you're conducting an actual...
Yeah, stop being a dumbass.
Police investigation. Sure, do as you please online in terms of looking into things, but don't go releasing addresses and all of that stuff, because one, it's obviously an incredibly immoral thing to do, but also it could put a lot of people at risk. It's silly, and it's just something that keeps on happening throughout this whole situation, and it mainly does come from a lot of younger idiots on TikTok. But with that, let's move into the next section, which is youth centers. Now, this refers to something which I particularly think is one of the more creepy aspects of this entire story, and that is when Smart Schoolboy 9 in 2018 got in contact with a child, well, I was about to say child youth center, that's basically the same word each time. He got in contact with a youth center, and it's very weird to see. You see, on the 17th of September 2018, Salmon Youth Centre, a youth centre in the UK, tweeted, "Look at this lovely handwritten card we received in the post this week from Stephanie, an 11-year-old girl living in Doncaster. It's great to hear Salmon's work is resonating with young..."
I have to censor the fucking picture out in post.
People everywhere, and not just in Bermondsey. And as you can see, heels and also the same aesthetic that we've seen time and time again. And another thing to note here is the mention of Bermondsey. This is again another location situated in London, in particular, in this case more just South London, but it is not far from Clapham and Streatham and all the other locations that he's mentioned so far, and it continues this pattern of behaviour of where he shows to us that he really likes this section of London, which again is another identifiable variable that he once in his life lived in this part of London. But things get even creepier when you look at the letter that was attached to this tweet, where Stephanie, Smartschoolboy9, says, "Hi to everyone at the Salmon Youth Centre. My name is Stephanie, mixed race, born in London. I'm age 11, I'm in year 7 at school. Here is a picture of me with some art included. I've just got to write because I read about your cool work you do, and so I've written a poem for you, enclosed, and I'm donating £10. One example of your really good work I read about is to Sean Morgan. Wow, like he went to loads of different schools and was completely misunderstood and everything, and now he's got leadership potential. That is brilliant. I'm hoping I don't get into any fights at my school, in brackets year 7. Here in this picture is me and the so awesome heels."
And this was a scrapbook working. This is legitimate. This is like hand cut, hand drawn, hand glued.
"We girls are allowed. So delighted and excited, and it's nice to write to you. Bye for now. Best wishes, Stephanie, 11. Now, the first thing that I want to mention from this is the fact that he has seemingly been reading about a lot of other kids and almost studying them. He refers to somebody here who he's deeply impressed with because this person who he speaks about seemingly is a bit of an outsider. And I think this is important to note here because in some of the theories that we're going to get into later in this iceberg, it does actually mention that Smartschoolboy9 may do a lot of the things that he does as a way to kind of display that he himself is an outcast of society, a reject, and somebody that people don't necessarily understand. For example, his music. It's very weird and just creepy and disturbing, and it really isn't a traditional form of music.
It's not. I mean, we've heard weird shit on the channel before. If you remember when I did my 5 new metal bands you should check out, I listed Gore Noise Band there as well. So, I mean, we know all about unconventional forms of music on this channel.
And the idea surrounding that is people do believe that this is meant to be an artistic form of representing him as a person, someone that the regular human being does not understand, and that's how he speaks about this in a musical form. So here, he's clearly seen another kid who he believes people don't understand, and he's almost resonating with that child, which is obviously extremely creepy. But then again, there is also the mention of heels, which is more sick and twisted stuff. But also, there is a poem attached, which does continue the whole thing of Smartschoolboy9 having a love for music. But now, this post has actually been purged from the internet, and you kind of have to feel a bit sorry for this youth centre, because yeah, they thought their work was doing real good stuff around the UK, and I'm sure it does, but in this...
They didn't know. I mean, you guys were trying your best to take care of the kids in your area, and he just fucking spit on that.
Situation, it must have been very unsettling to realize that the person behind that letter was some random old creep who probably was really enjoying what he was writing, if you can catch my drift. But now, let's move on to the next section, which is SSB9's actual face, and this is pretty self-explanatory. People really want to know what Smartschoolboy9 actually looks like behind the makeup, behind the possible mask, theory coming soon. And because of this, people actually started to get up to some editing stuff and kind of work out what he could possibly look like, and that leads us to this Reddit post right here, when someone did some editing trickery based on information that we know about him, and posted this image stating that this is what Smartschoolboy9 could look like.
I mean, it is pretty shockingly similar, yeah.
Without all of the makeup. And yeah, this definitely does look like a more realistic depiction of an actual human being. But honestly, just looking...
With the makeup, he kind of reminds me of like an SCP or an anomaly of some sort, like an alternate, kind of. seeing him, like, even though this is edited, seeing him with, like, an actual normal face kind of, it does terrify me just a little bit.
Looking at this and staring at it more and
Rest in peace to the doppelgangers. Facts.
more, to see him in just a regular human form, it's really creepy, because at this point we kind of like know him, and I know it might sound a little bit ridiculous, but he kind of feels like a supernatural entity at this point. I know to the people of Doncaster he sadly is like a realistic thing, but to me he doesn't feel real, so to see him as an actual human being makes me feel disturbed, because it makes all of this feel so much more unbelievably real. But let's move on to the next section.
It was easier with the Uncanny Valley type of feel, you know?
Which is smashed windows, and this takes us back to what I was speaking about earlier with
This is what I was referring to with people throwing rocks at random people's houses because they think they found his home address.
Boxing of where a lot of people have tried to find Smart Schoolboy 9's location, his existence, wherever he resides, and that has led to some pretty unfortunate things happening, and that includes smashed windows. Because pretty much people believe that the home that Smart Schoolboy 9 used to reside in was allegedly found, and that led to people going to the home and smashing the windows. And as you can see in this photo right here, they were now completely boarded up because of this. And the fact of the matter is we don't really have a direct confirmation that this is 100% where he lives or used to live. And again, even if we did have that confirmation, it doesn't give us the right to act like Batman and Robin. You can't just go around smashing.
Or a bunch of chimpanzees. This isn't Batman and Robin behavior. This is fucking primate behavior. Stop. Just stop. Just stop. You're not making this better.
People's houses because of what you heard about them on the internet. Yes, you can hold your opinions, that's absolutely fine, but it doesn't give you the right to go around smashing people's stuff up. And again,
exactly.
As I said earlier, this most likely isn't actually where he lives anymore, even if he did live there. So effectively, what's happened here is some poor soul has had their property damaged because some people on the internet saw something and thought, oh, I'm gonna be a police officer, even though I'm not a qualified police officer whatsoever. And yeah, it is kind of to be blamed on, I guess, the TikTok generation with fake theories going around, fake addresses being leaked. And again, I'm not just blaming young people like I'm a crazy old man, but from what I can see in all of my research, it always does seem to be some kid who thinks he's, I guess,
these Jack Doherty looking ass motherfuckers.
A larger than life figure who can do what they want, and they find this fake address and they're going to be like, oh, I'm going to expose Smart Schoolboy 9 and give him a piece of my mind. And that's seemingly what happened in these TikToks here, where this kid is turning up to some house, knocking on the boarded doors, and it's just like, my friend, you are not Batman, go back to school and stop doing this.
Like,
this sort of thing is just bad for multiple
stupid
reasons. Some innocent person's house has probably been destroyed because of stupid people on the internet, and you thought this person lived there, but it turns out that you're probably just going to the address of somebody who you think lives there but doesn't actually live there, so now you're probably just harassing a poor innocent person. And also, again, even if Smart Schoolboy 9 lived there, controversial opinion, I don't think you should be going to his house. I really don't.
Yeah,
Leave
exactly.
It to the police. You're only going to damage the investigation if there is an investigation. But that then moves us on to a more interesting section, which is anti-predator. Now, we have kind of gone through this already, but it of course refers to the weird thing that has happened with Smart Schoolboy 9, where on one of his accounts, or actually multiple of his accounts, such as Truthsticks11, he seems to take anti-predatory stances against other people on Instagram. With his first post on Truthsticks11 calling someone out for the exact same reason Smart Schoolboy 9 himself has been called out. It's a very confusing and weird thing, and we have already gone into this part of the iceberg in the previous section, so I don't really want to go into it any further, but I guess the theory surrounding it is a whole hidden in plain sight sort of thing. If he calls out other individuals for allegedly committing crimes, then he himself will not be suspected of those same crimes. It's kind of like when a murderer turns up at the scene of the crime, you know? They're not going to be suspected because they're, you know, innocently appearing. Why would they appear in front of the police if they had nothing to hide, you know? And I guess that's what's going on here. So now with that, we need to move on to the next section, which is acid editing.
The first time I heard acid editing was when Tuv covered Smart Schoolboy 9. He called it acid editing because it does kind of remind you of like somebody trying to design an aesthetic while they're on ACID.
Now, based on my research, this is to do with the editing style that Smartschoolboy9 has on basically all of his Instagram accounts, including images and videos, where in a lot of these posts, things just kind of seem to be a bit psychedelic, a bit unexplainable, and they're kind of designed to be creepy. But a lot of people have said that this editing style isn't just an innocent thing, it's something deliberate that he's used to hide certain sinister things.
Yep.
So yeah, that clip is obviously very confusing and weird, and some people have suggested that clips like that are meant to have some form of hidden meaning behind them, and in some forms of his editing, he flashes up certain images on screen, and some people have said that he's done that to deliberately cover things up that were illegal imagery, and he's...
I mean, considering some of the stuff we've seen, it's plausible.
Done that to kind of reach out to other people who may have illegal interests like he does. Now, this is a bit of a far-reaching theory, and I don't really...
People are reaching for this theory because of the whole Elsa Gate and Pipergate type things. It's a stretch, but don't knock it as 100%, you know. Don't knock it as 100% busted.
Think there's much to back that, but there is a far more interesting theory out there that I kind of mentioned earlier, where some people say that Smartschoolboy9's art style throughout all of his accounts is meant to represent that he is somebody that has been completely ejected from society, and their, I guess, art reflects a complete rejection of anything accepted as visually appealable or digestible. And yeah, this is something that I actually can go along with. Whilst, you know, it may not be true, it's definitely something interesting to kind of consider, because yeah, all of the posts on this account definitely are something that don't really fit into the social norms of society. So maybe he is trying to present himself in this way to be someone that is ejected by society, someone that's been thrown to the curb, you know? It's kind of like a bit of a weird Joker sort of thing, I guess. Now, obviously, none of it would be a justification for what he does on these accounts, but I guess it could be.
I mean, if we really think about it, you know, remember Ricardo Lopez, the Bjork stalker? The Uruguayan guy? The day he self-deleted, he had, I think it was red, white, and green painted on his face, if I remember correctly. Either that or it was black, red, and green. I can't remember. But when he... you know, click, click, boom, his face was totally unrecognizable, and it was bizarre and something they had never seen before. And it kind of, in a weird way, feels like a similar thing. But, I don't know. I was thinking about that when I first saw this video.
Somewhat of a possible explanation. Maybe society kicked him to the curb, and this is the result of it. More likely not, but it's interesting to consider. So with that, we then need to move back into the iceberg on the section of 12-year-old detectives. Now, this is one which kind of plays into the ones that we were mentioning earlier with fake theories and also people just going around doing ridiculous things like smashing in people's windows. And yeah, this is internet detectives who think that they're far more intelligent than they actually are when they see a wild theory that actually isn't true, and they decide to go absolutely crazy with it, telling people these theories are absolutely true no matter what, even if there's evidence to completely disprove those theories. And because of this, it's led to people saying that certain subreddits surrounding Smartschoolboy9 should be deleted because, as I mentioned earlier, people think that this whole investigation has been derailed by these...
It's like reading fan fictions on Wattpad.
12-year-old internet detectives. And I want to kind of summarize this section off with, because this is kind of the last time we're going to speak about these people that just get up to absolute shenanigans for the sake of wanting to be Batman. I'll just say that if you see a wild theory, not just with this situation, but anyone, make sure you do your research. And even if you prove that theory to be correct, don't...
If I say a theory is plausible, you know, it doesn't mean it's 100% true. All right? Let's get that clear, chat. Altair already knows, because Altair is one of my homies from the Cold Raven Discord. But for all of those new people watching, theories are just theories. Nothing has been substantiated with these theories.
Don't go to that individual's house, contact the police, contact somebody with authority, because you, a user on the internet like myself, we don't have the authority to go around, demonstrating.
All we can do is talk about it and spread awareness.
The law onto other individuals. We can talk about these things and find out things, but we can't just go around being judge, jury, and executioner. So yeah, back to the iceberg, where we land on Joanne Tang. Now, technically, we have actually spoken about Joanne Tang before. This takes us back to the 12 Stockwell Joanne 12 account, who is somebody claiming to once again be a schoolgirl, and in this case called Joanne Tang. But what's particularly interesting and even more worrying about this account is there is actual evidence that he is stealing photos from random little kids' profiles, because the person that he was pretending to be and use a real photo of, Joanne Tang, actually got out and contacted a lot of people on the internet saying that Smartschoolboy9 stole their identity. On Reddit, the actual person behind the photo says, "Hi, I've only now just been made aware of this Smartschoolboy9 situation. My name is Camille, and this man has used videos of me when I was 15 years old and used them to create an alias called, I don't even know if I pronounced that correctly, called Joanne Tang. If anyone has any evidence, please message me on Instagram. I will be reporting this situation to the police and identify theft and illegal intent."
Camille, I hope that you bring this dude to justice. Godspeed.
I could use as much evidence as possible. Thank you. And then he also posted a TikTok going through the entire situation, and yeah, it did seem very traumatic, and it would be if Smartschoolboy9 was trying to steal any of our identities. It's a terrifying prospect, and I do not wish that on anyone, especially a 15-year-old child like we have in this case. And I think what's mainly disturbing about this is I think this is definite proof that he is absolutely stealing real photos of real kids, because whilst we've said that on the other profiles, in this case we actually have full-on confirmation that he isn't just using AI-generated images. This is a real child. He has found their profile, gone through the entire thing, and stole all aspects of their identity and used that for a sick, twisted little game. And a big part of that game seems to be luring in other kids by pretending to be Joanne and also pretending to have a friendship group. Kids may see this and be lured into a false sense of security, click follow, and then Smartschoolboy9 has access to their DMs and who knows what else. And honestly, that's such a terrifying prospect. And I hear a lot of people saying that, oh, we're going overboard with this entire situation. It's been blown out of proportion. He's just a weird guy. But the more you go through this iceberg, the more the sinister nature starts to get gradually more and more exposed. And I really don't understand how anyone can say that this is overblown. Yes, there...
Sure, some of the theories are kind of a stretch, but a lot of what we do know is very real and very dangerous.
There are ridiculous memes and stupid things posted here and there, but at the end of the day, at the core of this is a very serious problem. But with that, let's move on to the next section, which speculates over whether he is Jamaican. And yeah, if you're from Jamaica or you have Jamaican heritage and you're watching this right now, I am incredibly sorry for what I'm about to say to you, but yeah, people out there genuinely believe that Smartschoolboy9 may be from Jamaica or have some Jamaican heritage. And it all stems back to this post here, where somebody was claiming that they witnessed Smartschoolboy9 shouting at a group of people in a Jamaican accent. And people also do believe that Smartschoolboy9, just from these photos alone, isn't white, and also he himself has claimed to be mixed race. Now, based on my research and everything that we've gone through in this iceberg so far, I don't personally believe that he has actually been born in Jamaica, but I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, maybe he did have some Jamaican heritage, maybe his parents could have been Jamaican. I don't really know, and honestly, it doesn't really contribute to the story.
I like that bass lick. I used to play that on keyboard, actually, I think.
Any way, shape, or form, but I guess it does lead to more of an explanation of who this person actually is and what they may look like. But yeah, I'm sorry to the people of Jamaica if you're watching this right now once again. But now let's move on to the next section, which is the King's School. Now, what this actually refers to is the school that Smartschoolboy9 seems to go to. So as you can see in this image here of him wearing his school uniform, he's of course wearing a blazer, which is a traditional form of British school uniforms, and that obviously has a badge of a certain school on it. And after further inspection, people have found that this is the badge that apparently is displayed on his blazer. And the badge displays the words "The King's School," which I'm guessing is the name of the school that this uniform is from, and not much is really known about why he has taken much interest in this school. Maybe he did just try to find a random uniform on a random website where school uniforms are being sold, and it so happened to be this school's uniform. I think that is more of a likely answer.
Yeah.
He does wear this in a lot of his videos, and naturally because of this, people reached out to the King's School because, you know, they were worried that maybe Smartschoolboy9 has an even heightened interest in this school than we possibly thought. And yeah, they reached out just to let the school know about his existence and the fact that he wears their uniform. But honestly, as much as I do believe that this account reaching out to the school had good intentions, I just don't think schools are paid.
The schools are definitely not paid enough to deal with this shit. They're not. I mean, when you contact the school, regarding these people, yeah, you have the right intent, sure, but at the same time, you're only stressing the staff out.
Enough to deal with this man.
Stop doing that.
Just terrifying, but let's continue with the iceberg. And that leads us to the next section, which is fake accounts. And now, as much as I said earlier that we're kind of going to leave behind all the, 12-year-old investigators and stuff like that, this does kind of play into that. And this is pretty much people just, creating fake accounts in order to garner attention by trying to convince people that they are Smartschoolboy9 and he's on the move, starting all of these new accounts once again. When the reality is the majority of accounts that you will now see if you search his name that appear, they're most likely all going to be fake accounts. And typically what it'll look like is somebody just trying to replicate an account that we've already seen, basically with the same style and familiar names, where they'll be parroting things that Smartschoolboy9 has already said. And yeah, for the actual serious investigators into this topic, this is quite annoying because it does make it hard to distinguish what is real and what isn't real.
That is
and
true.
Because of that, that could also possibly derail police investigations, because with the amount of false information that's being pumped into the internet stratosphere right now, it does make things a lot more difficult. Even doing the research and writing the script for this video, I found a bit of difficulty in the fact of trying to work out what I'm showing. Is this real? Is this not real? Now, I'm pretty confident that 100% of the things that I'm showing in this video does directly come from Smartschoolboy9, but having to filter through all of that is a very, very difficult task, and it would only make things even worse for the police if they're actually investigating this.
Exactly.
But with that, let's continue with the painted face. And yes, this is all about this man's, I was going to say lovely face, but I genuinely can't get it out there. Yes, Smartschoolboy9 is a very particular looking man, and as you can see in pretty much every image of him, he always seems to have some type of powder or paint on its face. And now it's unknown what the product is that he's using here or why he actually uses it, but in every single...
In that specific snapshot, it looks like his glasses are AI generated. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it.
Image, it's the same. White paint is...
Also, what's with the fucking lip ring in this picture? What's with the lip ring? I genuinely want to know.
On his face. At the top of his head, it's kind of been rubbed away, and on the bottom part of where his mouth, eyes, and nose are, it's in particular far more defined. There is way more paint here than at the top of his head, and there are plenty of theories about this. Theory number one being that he could just be a very sweaty guy, and I guess the sweat would rub all of the white paint or possible white powder off of his face, and honestly, I think that's a pretty plausible theory. But there are obviously other theories that suggest far more...
I mean, when you really think about it, his quote-unquote school face makes it look like he's practicing with an invisible Tootsie Pop, if you catch my drift. This could also be plausible, but it's most likely that he just has a very sweaty, forehead.
Sinister reasons. And look, regardless of what the truth is, the whole aesthetic and look that Smart Schoolboy 9 goes for is undoubtedly very jarring and very creepy, and we will go further into his look later in this video and some of the wild theories surrounding it, but for now we're gonna leave it there with, he clearly puts white paint on his face. And let's now move on to the next part, which is Grange Hill. Now, if you don't know what Grange Hill is, then you're probably not a British person between the ages of 40 and 60, because Grange Hill is a television show that aired for 31 seasons in the United Kingdom from 1978, and it's a very popular show for, as I said, people between the ages of 40 and 60, which is the believed age of Smart Schoolboy 9, after accounts, documenting him as a grown adult in the 1990s and early 2000s. We can only assume that Smart Schoolboy 9 is between the ages of 40 and 60, which would put him in the prime audience for Grange Hill. And the reason that I mention this is because Smart Schoolboy 9 had a bit of an obsession with posting about this television show on some of his accounts.
That makes
stating
sense.
in some videos that the video of Grange Hill is actually him going to school, but the reality is it was just a clip that he took from Grange Hill and badly recorded his TV. So I guess if there's one thing to take from this, is that Smart Schoolboy 9 definitely has a nostalgic obsession of the time period between the 1980s and early 2000s. I guess it does kind of play into the whole Y2K thing as well. He just really likes this time period, which again does play into a lot of theories surrounding him. But before we go into those, let's move on to the next section, which is school face. And I'm sorry, we're gonna have to do even more analysis into his face. Now, school face is something that Smart Schoolboy 9 has mentioned in a lot of posts, claiming that he has the best school face. Now, there isn't really a concrete answer to what school face is and why he keeps mentioning that he has the best school face in a lot of his videos, but of course, just like a lot of other topics, there are theories surrounding it. And one of the main theories with school face is people have suggested that it could be to do with some form of racial dysphoria. I know it sounds like a bit of a reach, but let's go into it anyway. Basically, they refer to a lot of things such as the caricature, I can't even say the word, caricature of the perfect white British student. And I guess that's to do with how years and years ago, the idea of a British student would be a white kid in a school uniform. And I guess they're suggesting here that he may have been dealing with issues back then because he possibly would not have been that white student. And again, this is just a theory, and I'm pulling this up from somebody else's account. And there are also far more sinister reasons that people have given for what they think the reason behind the whole school face is. And either way, if you think one is plausible or you think they're both silly, what we can take from this is the whole school face aspect definitely is something sinister. I don't really know why he's doing it. It could be linked to some traumatic events in his past. But I definitely think there is some sinister, creepy meaning behind it. But
obviously, I mean, when I see that video, all I can think of is the invisible blow pop situation.
With that, we now need to move into something far more creepy, and that is ready for school. And this refers to a lot of videos that Smart Schoolboy 9 uploaded that we would have played so far throughout this video, but this is just a direct reference to this part of where, in a lot of his videos, he kind of speaks about how he's ready for school, and it's just really weird.
It's so weird. I hate that sound.
Hi guys, I'm here at school.
I mean, that clip is just creepier every single time I see it. Something about it, I don't know if it's the camera angle, the style of the recording, or the editing. It's just odd and very disturbing. I mean, imagine it's your first day at school and you look up at your table and this is the man sat in front of him.
Well, I mean, he's showing off his shoes. He's showing off his shoes. He's showing off his lunchbox. Like, he's trying to promote.
Do you want to be friends? Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
Let's continue. And that
No.
brings us to Keely Fawcett, which is the next section on this iceberg. And this is where we start to get into some of the real explanations behind some of the things that he does in all of his posts. And in this particular case, this could be the explanation to do with his obsession with heels. You see, someone on the subreddit went through David's personal Facebook account and said this. On David's personal account, he constantly rants about a random topic and then shares a likely made-up story. These stories always take place in 2004 and are about a 14-year-old girl he was friends with. The girl is said to be a child actor playing a wartime child and is associated to World War II. Of course, she also wears a school uniform and is obsessed with her boots. If this girl actually does exist, this could be where his fixation with boots comes from. And then it attaches a post referring to where David refers to a younger schoolgirl where he'd do the straps up for her black leather high heels, and there seemingly is again a big fixation on her school uniform. Which, given everything that we've gone through so far in today's iceberg, does correlate with, well, everything. And someone in the comment section pointed out that he could be referring to British actress
Keely Fawcett. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Fawcett, who featured in a television show called Carrie's War that came out in 2004. And yeah, this very much does seem to be the explanation behind his very, very vivid interest in school uniforms and heels. Now, I don't doubt that he did have an interest in those things beforehand, but maybe this absolutely sparked up his interest in it by tenfold, because according to these posts, he has spoken about this a lot on his personal accounts. So yeah, it is very concerning because he's obviously referring to a real girl that actually existed. Now, do I actually believe that he was friends with this child actor?
Well, obviously not, but if we really think about it, the way he was talking about her, like, not just, he wasn't just talking casually about her. He displayed, like, some really, nice guy behavior, if you catch my drift, but towards minors.
When it was 2004? No, but given the fact that we've seen that he does have an obsession with British television shows, I imagine what happened was he watched these shows, saw that there were people wearing school uniforms, he fixated on that, built a parasocial relationship with that character, and seemed to kind of convince himself that he was friends with this individual called Keely Fawcett. It's very, very disturbing to read and think about, but yeah, I guess this is one of the main parts of his origin story. But with that, let's move on to the next section, which is eating sweets. Now, this section is a little bit more lighthearted than the previous section, but it definitely does have some sinister undertones, and it does refer to the fact that Smartschoolboy9 is absolutely bloody obsessed with eating sweets.
It's because he's like, oh, kids like candy, so I should pretend I like candy that much.
So that clip is a video that he uploaded to one of his Instagram accounts, and yeah, he clearly does have a big obsession with a lot of British sweets, and now obviously he may just have a sweet tooth, maybe a little bit hungry, but in my personal opinion and a lot of other people's opinions, this could also be to do with the fact that he's trying to once again play into this child role of, children absolutely love sweet food. But on top of that, there are also plenty of images where he is just surrounded by a bunch of tasty goods.
Yeah, it's very weird. Also, one of those is called digestives, so some of these look like they're supposed to help with stomach issues too. I don't fucking know.
And even in other images, there are cartoon depictions of ice cream next to him. And yeah, the more you see this, the more you do just think that this is all to do with, I guess, creating this universe or character and really getting into the role of it, which is just unbelievably creepy. But on top of like all of this and all of the investigations, of course, you may be wondering, well, surely given millions of people talking about it, he eventually is going to have to say something, right? Well, he absolutely did. And that moves us into the next section of the iceberg, which is David's response. And yes, this does come from David's personal account, where he responds to a lot of the allegations surrounding him in regards to Smartschoolboy9, and honestly, it's
such a shitty response, guys. It's such a shitty response.
Not exactly the best response. Now, he posted this on his Instagram account, and as you can see, he's not exactly doing himself any favors, as the whole thing is literally in the exact same aesthetic of everything already on the other accounts. The profile picture, the color of the background in a faded blue, the faded text, it looks a little retro with the blurred, I guess, style to look like a magazine. And look, you may think I'm reaching, but honestly, I really don't. When you've looked through so many of these accounts, you really do know what I'm saying here, that this is exactly the same style as all of the other accounts. But let's actually get into the response. Now, he starts off by saying, "Hi, I have learned that a desperate and deranged buffoon have been trying to convince people that such and such, usually a gifted individual, has many accounts. But actually, they were blocked by those accounts, by the parent or the child of those accounts. The liar targets followers of people that have blocked them with fake printouts and pretend dirt on someone, and about a week later, asks some of them targeted followers for money. Don't engage with them, God deals with them, stay safe, and stay cool."
That's a big nothing burger, bro. That's a lot of word salad for nothing to be said.
Now, there are some things that I just want to mention here, starting off with the fact that he mentions usually a gifted individual when referring to Smartschoolboy9, which to me personally, when you're trying to, I guess, push yourself away from serious allegations, it's probably not a good way to say that the accused person is a gifted individual, but also note the fact that he refers to God here. Now, this comes into the whole thing that I mentioned earlier of religion and Christianity, of where David clearly is a Christian, and given the fact that Christianity has been mentioned throughout all of these accounts, things are just really starting to link up here. But
I'm not trying to skip the ad for, you know, the reasons you may think. I'm skipping the ad so we can get back to the video. But like I said earlier, I have a Gamers for Gaza fund in my Twitch and YouTube bios, so
even just the writing style, something about it just feels off, and based on all of the writing on other accounts, it does just seem to be written in a very, very familiar way.
Yep.
I may be reaching with that, but I don't know. I've gone through so many of these accounts, and it does just seem to be written like any other Smartschoolboy9 post. And there are other instances of Smartschoolboy9 himself on the actual account responding to a lot of individuals. There have been multiple videos made of people covering those messages, but this certain response is probably the biggest one we've had so far at the time of recording this.
And see, I haven't seen the actual responses from David's personal account to individual people, so I don't know. I wish he would kind of have shown us those, but I understand.
YouTube video, and yeah, it really wasn't a good response, as it just caused more people to think that David is the mastermind or the alleged criminal behind all of this. But yeah, that does take us to the ending of this chapter of this section of the iceberg, and I feel like we've really gotten more into kind of like the psyche surrounding Smartschoolboy9. We're really getting into the more niche things surrounding him, and in the next chapter, it's only going to get even more weird and creepy.
I just want to note, when I watched this during work, you know, I had one earbud in and I was doing my tasks, but actually sitting down to watch it, it's kind of an ordeal because it's so dark, you know? Like, I've covered a lot of dark topics on the channel, but something about this dude and everything we've gone through so far is very, very draining, you know?
So now we are entering the beginning stages of the end of the iceberg. And in this section, as you can see, it's starting to get into far more niche and rogue topics that I'm sure a lot of you haven't even heard of. So yes, let's actually get into this. And that starts us off with the...
Chat, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm probably gonna have to finish this one tomorrow and do a part 2. We've been streaming for almost 8 hours, and I'm so tired. Hi to YouTube. Hello, YouTube. What's going on? We are going to finish part 2 of the Smartschoolboy9 Iceberg at the request of chat. We didn't finish it yesterday like it was planned. I had finals for this semester, so they kicked my ass. So we're gonna go ahead and get started on that. So yeah, sound good? Sound good? Everybody down? I'm down.
Topics that I'm sure a lot of you haven't even heard of. So yes, let's actually get into this. And that starts us off with the charts. And now I believe what this is referring to is a chart that has kind of been floating around Google Drives and Reddit pages and Discord servers. Even more weird and creepy. So now we are entering the beginning stages of the end of the iceberg. And in this section, as you can see, it's starting to get into far more niche and rogue topics that I'm sure a lot of you haven't even heard of. So yes, let's actually get into this. And that starts us off with the charts. And now I believe what this is referring to is a chart that has kind of been floating around Google Drives and Reddit pages and Discord servers, which kind of just documents the basic things about Smartschoolboy9, such as his obsession with mini boots, sweets, Carrie's War, Grange Hill, his obsession with the word sticky, and many things to do with his appearance like his big lips, a mouth twitch, and also a Shirley Temple-inspired haircut. I don't really know what that is, but if so,
that's the wig that he was wearing when he was wearing a dress.
Somebody in the comment section wants to explain, they're more than welcome to. Now, if you're somebody that has done your own personal research into this topic, then you may have seen this chart. Honestly, it doesn't really have much contribution to the lore, but I guess it is a little bit of a niche thing in this whole saga. But yes, let's move on to the mouth twitch. Now, this refers to a certain, I guess, sound or thing that Smartschoolboy9 does in a lot of his videos, and it's really creepy, and I'm just gonna play a video of it right now. For nightmares at the end of the day. I mean, imagine waking up and you see that bloke at the end of your bed just doing that. Know what to do, but there are, of course, a lot of wild and wacky theories surrounding it. Theory number 1 being that he's just doing an annoying orange impression, which, I mean, whilst
it would make sense if it was the same sound, but annoying orange just goes all the time. In fact, when I edit this in post, that's probably the sound that I'm going to use, so people aren't as audio triggered by how gross the sound is. There is a doggo in the room. Hi, Lucas.
Also, I would love that to be true, and it would move, you know, a lot of the sinister nature away from this stuff. Sadly, I don't think that's exactly the truth. Now, the main reason people do believe that he does this kind of tongue twitch thing is to do with, well, it traces back to the school face thing. It could bring him some level of gratification and joy. But theories aside, the videos are just very disturbing to look at. There's not really...
They're also disturbing to listen to, but you have played this sound at least 7 times.
Much more we can say than that, other than, I guess, a few people out there also think that the noise that he's making with this mouth twitch is possibly meant to represent somebody dying, and that does play into more horrific theories going around right now. But honestly, I don't really see any evidence to suggest that. So with that, let's move on. And that brings us to fake teeth, which is basically the...
I'm pretty sure he's wearing a piece of paper to cover his front teeth.
Accusation that a lot of people have been making, that Smartschoolboy9 wears fake upper teeth. And this pretty much comes from a screenshot from a video where if you pause one of the frames, you can see that he has very crooked bottom teeth, but then he also has very large, white, straight teeth at the top part of his teeth, which has of course caused a lot of people to theorize that not only is Smartschoolboy9 wearing makeup in, I guess, all of his videos and all the time he goes out and harasses the people of Doncaster, allegedly, but also people now believe that he is wearing some form of prosthetics, I guess, to kind of enhance his look in some weird way.
Yeah.
But with that, let's now move on to the next section, which is SSB9's roommates. And this refers to the fact that Smartschoolboy9 may be looking for somebody to live with. So if you yourself are on the move right now and you want a roommate, then surely you would love to reach out to this individual. But seriously, this actually does come from a post that somebody found, of where basically on a rental website, somebody who people believe matches the description of Smartschoolboy9 would...
This is where they get the idea that he is 59, because they tried their best to blur it out, but it says 59 male here. I think they're trying to move to Kensington. I think that's what the K represents, but I don't know. Y'all should be on the lookout in the UK. Just a thing.
Was seeking a room to rent. And whilst this is only just an allegation, there are definitely some things, I guess, that you can point to the dots to, such as the person who was requesting this room to rent is called David, he fits the age, and some of the things that he actually says in his request does give me vibes of Smartschoolboy9. The description reads, gifted lyricist and versatile vocalist eager to return to London, but lacking transport. I'm not wealthy or famous, but very motivated, honest and decent. Young outlook, happy to help you with music projects. Hoping a compromise on rent may be possible, must respect my privacy. Now yeah, this may just be some poor soul being accused of being Smartschoolboy9, but given some of the things that they say here, the reference to lyricist, this is something that David himself has claimed to be.
I know, but it's a lyricist, man. Come on now.
And also, having a young outlook would definitely be one way to put it. Now, we don't really know that this is 100% Smartschoolboy9, but it definitely is quite an interesting find that somebody made.
Yep.
But now, let's move on to the next section, which is the 1990s. Now, honestly, this is one of the creepiest parts of this entire iceberg, because this is once again another case of evidence to prove that Smartschoolboy9 has been doing everything that we've discussed today way back in the 1990s. Pretty much, somebody found an old Google Group forum post from the 21st of October 1999, and it appears that it's someone trying to document their experience with Smartschoolboy9. Anyone who's been into the Northbridge Doncaster Tesco's on a weekday evening regularly will know what I'm talking about. At first, I thought that it was just a released into community care weirdo with a severe skin complaint. However, last week whilst working on the Tower Centre lighting, I saw it, without its charcoal and blusher combination face covering, permed ginger hair, embarrassingly too small schoolboy's uniform, and ridiculously high girl platform shoes. It was stood without makeup outside the Christchurch gents toilets for hours on end. I saw the police asking it to move on twice without arresting it, and it continued to frequent the toilets. A couple weeks, me and the missus were going through the next checkout from this freak. As usual, most of the staff were taking their breaks early to see the show, and we heard the elderly cashier ask it, "Do you have a club card?" It replied very seriously, "Of course not. I'm only 13. I found out from other Tesco employees that it gives the same reply to that question every time. The guy is about 30 years old, over 6 feet.
Yep. And the next part where it says Rain Boy, we've talked about it. It's basically OF before OF. You know. We get the drift. Male scripper type.
Tall, platform shoes included, and apparently a locally well-known rent boy. The other comical thing is that it appears to have a very tight rubber band around its clothes, making it look like a trussed-up turkey. Weird. Somebody tell me I'm not seeing things and going crazy. Someone else must have seen it before. Confirm to the others that I'm not joking. Now, this is one of the earliest documentations we have ever seen of Smart Schoolboy 9, and what is being described here matches pretty much every other description that we've seen of him, going through his uniform, to the tight clothing, to his height, just in general to his demeanor and attitude towards other individuals in public. This definitely was a sighting of Smart Schoolboy 9, and it does kind of send shivers down my spine that this has actually been going on for this long. It feels like as you...
And he was 30 then. So, I mean, yeah, he had to be, like, 09, he would have been in his 40s. 2019, I mean, we don't know the exact age. We assume he's 59 at the oldest. But still, like, he's an old dude. Especially given this context.
Go further down this iceberg, you discover that this didn't start in 2023, 2020, 2018, 2016. This goes back so much further than we originally believed.
Yep.
But with that, let's move on to the next section of the iceberg, which is wearing a mask. Now, this section is obviously pretty self-explanatory. This is the allegation and accusation that Smart Schoolboy 9 is indeed wearing a mask. And yeah,
thank you, Ships10, for following. I appreciate it. It didn't ding me that it went off. Thank you. I appreciate y'all.
this is something that I brought up earlier, and it again does stem from Reddit of somebody saying, I've put together 5 photos of my thoughts about he could be wearing a half face mask. The last photo is what the mask could possibly look like. I also think that the reason you never see his mouth closed is because it's a mask. He's always has his mouth open because the mask doesn't close. Also, he could always show his tongue to hide potentially showing his real face through the mouth. Then they've attached multiple photos, basically trying to explain why he's wearing a silicone mask. Now, yeah, this is a bit of an interesting theory, and most of it does come down to the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, there are seemingly like blotches on his head of where there should be hair, but it's actually just like seemingly skin.
Yeah, it's just him drawing a hair like edges with a Sharpie. He's trying to edge up himself. And I mean, what can he do? Am I right?
And whilst it is interesting to say, yes, he's wearing this prosthetic or a mask, at the end of the day, I do just think it goes back to what we mentioned earlier of Smart Schoolboy 9 is possibly balding. He is 40 to 60 years old. It's a very likely thing that could happen to a British man. And I think, I was going to say sadly, but I just think that he is going through the trend of baldness.
Yep.
So yeah, let's move on to the next section, which is schools warned.
Yep.
And yeah, this is a pretty interesting part of this iceberg, as this is where things started to actually get real, as an online safeguarding group put out a warning about Smart Schoolboy 9 to schools in Great Britain, in which they basically refer to everything that Nick Crowley and Nexpo spoke about in their original videos, just in general warning people about the danger of Smart Schoolboy 9 and all of the shenanigans that he's gotten up to online over the years.
Last month too.
And I do find this quite interesting because there is a bit of a distinction between internet hysteria, people going crazy and making wild theories, and then, you know, an actual online safeguarding group coming out to speak about this. It really did just show that there is a real genuine level of danger going on here, and that people should absolutely take Smart Schoolboy 9 seriously, and we should definitely worry about what this man is doing on social media, given all of the information that we've gone through today. I just think an actual safeguarding group warning about this really does just make this feel a little bit more legitimate than just a regular bit of internet hysteria. But now we need to move on to the next section, which is Miranda sings. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a confusing one.
It's literally I'm gonna save you the time. It's literally they think that he's, inspired by Colleen Ballinger and her Miranda Sings character because of the red lips and whatnot. That's all there is to it. It's not the case, but come on now. I'm gonna save you the time.
To Smartschoolboy9, and as much as I would love to put her in the title, I just don't think personally it's a realistic thing here, and I think we're just gonna move on from this. But I guess it was a bit of an entertaining icebreaker considering we've been going through so many serious things. So yeah, the next section is terrible theories, and I believe we've basically already covered this. There is a lot of internet hysteria going on right now. You've got a lot of 12-year-old internet detectives and people going crazy on TikTok. And yeah, that's going to lead to a lot of terrible theories, which honestly, we've gone through a lot of them so far in this video, and we're going to get into more of them later in this video. So yeah, let's just quickly move on from that one into the next section, which is Chicago.
He has such a weird obsession with Chicago. I don't understand it.
What this basically refers to, I think, is the song Chicago that David had on his music playlist, which is now in a Smartschoolboy9 music playlist.
It's your first time in Chicago. How did we get here? Where are we are? It's our first time in Chicago.
Now, yes, that was definitely something, and that song has no real explanation to it whatsoever. People have tried to, I guess, decipher a lot of his music, but realistically, it is just nonsensical, weird stuff that is just there, I guess, to kind of disturb you. And, it can play back to the theory we spoke about earlier of, like, it's meant to be, I guess, him reflecting on himself that he is ejected from society and we as normal people in society won't understand his music. But the one thing we can take from this is the song is titled Chicago. And this has caused people to wonder, is there a concern to have for the people of Chicago? Because maybe Smartschoolboy9 is connected to Chicago, maybe he lived there. And it has also caused people to theorize maybe he's now living in America. No, that isn't the case. I've done a lot of research into this. A lot of people online have looked into this. Smartschoolboy9 has not moved to America, and as far as we know, he did not live in America in the past. And this song is just probably called Chicago because maybe he has an interest in that location. As you probably noticed throughout this video, he has a lot of interest in a lot of locations like London, like Doncaster, like Greece, and now also Chicago. So with that, let's move on. And that takes us to the Like app. Now,
this is what we were talking about. He has a Likey profile, which is mainly comprised of minors under the age of 13. So it's really concerning. I don't know if anybody's found his profile yet, but y'all need to get on that and report it.
This part of the iceberg refers to an application which I do believe is still publicly available to this day. Basically, the Like app is kind of a video sharing website that apparently Smartschoolboy9 himself uses. You see, in an old screen recording,
it's like TikTok, I think,
that he himself posted, you can see in the top left that Smartschoolboy9 had Like opened on his phone, and this actually did lead to, once again, a lot of concern, because Like is an application that over the years has been described by YouTubers as a predator app that puts children in danger.
It does.
And yeah, putting two and two together, obviously this was a little bit concerning, well, a very bit concerning for a lot of individuals out there, because we have this app that is known for online creeps, and then we see Smartschoolboy9 was seemingly using this app. Now, no one has actually found his profile on the app, which actually kind of concerns me even more. Maybe he was using it anonymously. Maybe this is where he was getting all of his photos and videos from that he uses throughout his entire network of accounts.
Could be.
We don't really know, but it definitely is creepy that this guy is using this app that is mainly known for, well, online creeps. But then we need to move on to the next section, which I'm actually going to combine two together, and that is Daily Mirror and the Daily Mail. And if you don't know what the Daily Mirror or the Daily Mail are, pretty much they are two British tabloids in the UK. And in regards to the Daily Mail section, I think they're referring to an article that was recently published by the Daily Mail. And I do like that they've headlined this with exclusive, like they didn't post the story 2 months after Nick Crowley and Nexpo's video. But yeah, there isn't really anything exclusive in this article, but it definitely is interesting to see that the mainstream media are now picking up on Smart Schoolboy 9. This is no longer just internet-based hysteria. For all you know, you may go see your nan on a Sunday and she might actually ask you about Smart Schoolboy 9. But in regards to the whole Daily Mirror aspect of this, it is to do with apparently someone called David, once again, from Doncaster, writing into the Daily Mirror in 2003 to speak about television, and people once again believe that this is Smart Schoolboy 9, and that mainly comes down to the fact that according to this account, this show that the David was speaking about is to do with pop acts from the UK trying to renew their music careers in the US, which is something that David would be very interested in given his experience in music. And I can kind of see the dots being connected there, but at the end of the day, I'm more than sure that there is another David in Doncaster that has a particular interest in music. But I guess there is also the case that you're gonna see that.
Well, at the same time, I don't think every David that has an interest in music is writing letters to various places, you know? That's the thing that kind of makes this David stand out, is that he's known for either writing as himself and having his work published to articles, or writing as some of the school kids he cosplays as. I hate using that word for this, but that's the closest thing I could think of. And sending letters out as the kids that he's portraying.
David does have a habit of reaching out to a lot of newspapers. We've seen it so far of him reaching out to not newspaper, but the child centre in Bermondsey, and we're going to see it further down in this iceberg. So maybe it's him. Personally, I'm not exactly too sure. So let's move on to the next section, which is French. And this section seemingly is a reference to Smart Schoolboy 9's love for the French language. Once again, big apology to you if you're watching this right now from France, or if you're just French in general, because in multiple posts it seems that Smart Schoolboy 9 was attempting to badly write in French about once again going to school and speaking about his love for boots. Now, the main belief surrounding why he is possibly using French in these descriptions is because French is taught in the British school curriculum. When you're a young kid, you are basically forced into learning French in years 5 to years 10. It's something that if you're a British student, you know what I'm talking about. We all had to go through it, and at one point of our time, I think we all badly knew how to speak a little bit of French, and I guess this is supposed to be him once again getting into the whole schoolgirl aesthetic or schoolgirl character of where he's practicing his French. But what's more likely here is that he's gone onto Google Translate and had his way with it. But yeah, it is a bit interesting, but at the end of the day, there's nothing more I can really say about this. And I'm sorry if it does kind of seem like I'm skimming through all of these topics in this section. You're going to kind of notice that a lot when we get into more niche things, because yeah, a lot of this is, well, very niche, and there isn't really much information behind these things, but we're going to theorize and speak about them anyway. And that leads us in to a rather creepy section of the iceberg, and that is uniform discipline. Now, this section of the iceberg is very, very interesting, because this is possibly the first bit of evidence to actually display the existence of Smart Schoolboy 9. On the 3rd of October 1994, a British newspaper was released, and a big feature of a lot of newspapers in the UK is they give sections to allow you to write in your opinion pieces, and if people are interested by that opinion piece, they may publish it in their article. And as you can see here in the corner of this page, there is an opinion piece titled "School Uniforms Are a Path to Discipline." And of course, all dots do point to this being Smart Schoolboy 9, and of course, this was signed off by David once again. Now, the article section starts off by saying, "May I say, as a school pupil age 13, that wearing school uniform is not as bad as Caroline Irby makes out." And then he complains, "Adults don't dress as adults," which is obviously... It's obviously pretty ironic. He goes on to say, what was she forced to wear when she says, in my view, it is not possible for anyone to look attractive in uniform? Of course it is. If you aren't careful to select good quality, well-fitting schoolwear from a reputable stockist, uniform looks bad enough on children, but satchel for parents is just ludicrous, she says. I'll agree with the latter part of that. But uniform itself is important for every child. It's not just clothing, it is clothing that represents the school you attend. In school uniform, you are not just anybody, you are still you, but you are expected to be more disciplined. The uniform reminds you of that. If adults want to use certain aspects of the uniform for fashion purposes, that is fine. We pupils do not hold exclusive rights to this clothing. Many students could do with smartening up. The switch from smart school uniforms to jeans is hardly in line with excellent career goals and personal self-respect. Don't be so hard on good old, reliable school uniform. It is not so bad.
It's so weird.
Now, to me personally, based on everything we've gone through so far today, this is undeniably Smart Schoolboy 9. But also, it kind of feels like he's justifying to himself wearing a school uniform as an adult. He pretty much says in there that adults can and maybe even should wear school uniforms, and he kind of sees school uniforms as this amazing thing that represents just a bigger thing than who you are as a human being. It's really creepy to see, especially considering this was released in 1994. That shows how long this has been going on for, and that genuinely disturbs me more than pretty much anything we've gone through so far, because this obsession hasn't been abandoned, it's only gotten unbelievably worse, and genuinely, you just kind of have to wonder why and how. Usually when someone is obsessed with something, it can last for a while, but this has lasted over a quarter of a century. Do you realize how insane that is? But yes, that does actually bring us to the ending of this section of the iceberg. And I think what we've worked out from this section in particular is, how long this whole shtick has been going on for, and how far more sinister it is once again. And I know I keep on saying that at pretty much the ending of all of these sections, but it is quite interesting how you think, oh, it can't get worse than this, but then it does. We kind of prove ourselves wrong in every single section, and we're now going to do the exact same thing in the next section. Congratulations, my friends. You have reached the bottom of the iceberg.
Thank you.
Yes, this is where things start to just get absolutely ridiculous. So, without further ado, let's get into things. And also, if I sound a little bit more nasally, this is because this is like my second recording, and I now have a cold. I am dying. Please like and subscribe. Let's get into this. And starting off, we have lemon and leash. And pretty much what this refers to is a bit of a confusing thing in the community of people that are, I guess, studying and researching Smart Schoolboy 9, and that...
Okay. Let me explain this, because I never didn't really explain this too well. In one of the songs that David made, says, I think I like a little lemon and lime, but you hear a background vocal right after that where he whispers she liked it, and it almost sounds like, lemon and lice or whatever, but it's lemon and lime, and then she liked it. You'll hear it played in just a second, but I just wanted to give y'all some context, because I never doesn't really explain it very well here.
Comes from a song that he released, where in that song...
Also, people are alluding running tram to non-consensual spicy time, if you catch my drift. And that's because of the running a train. So keep that in mind too.
Smart Schoolboy 9 says something that sounds like lemon and, I guess, lice.
I think I hear a running tram going back in time, not out of time.
I think I like a little lemon and lime. Say Marianne.
See, right after he says lemon and lime, he whispers she liked it.
Steely Dan. I like the sound of that running train.
Now, yes, obviously it does kind of sound a little bit nonsensical, but there definitely are some actual words coming through here, and one of the words, well, three of the words being used here are lemon and lish. Now, a lot of the community have heard this and kind of are debating with what actually he is saying here. Is he saying lemon and lich? Is he saying lemon and lime? Is he saying lemon and lich? It's not really known unless you actually use your ears and listen to the fact that he clearly does say lemon and lish.
I think I like a little lemon and lime.
He says lemon and lime, she liked it.
Actually, no, whilst I'm editing this, I just gave it a few re-listens, and it does actually sound like he is saying lemon and lime, but then randomly at the ending, there is just an extra ch that comes through, so he goes lemon and lime ch. Like, I'm not sure why, but I think it is very clear that he's saying lemon and lime here. Now, just ignore what I'm saying and just go, let's just get back to the actual video. I just thought I'd, interject here and say that I actually disagree with old me. But aside from lemon and lish or lemon and lime, my thing that I'm particularly interested with when it comes to this song is the fact that he mentions prime. You can kind of hear it right here.
I mean, tram. Going back in time. Not out of time.
Yes,
he says not out of prime.
It seems that he says he's out of prime. Now, does this mean that Logan Paul, KSI, and Mr. Beast are somewhat connected to Smart Schoolboy 9? Possibly. Is this another thing that we're going to have to cancel Mr. Beast for? Probably. Is Smart Schoolboy 9 secretly on the behind-the-scenes staff of the Mr. Beast Productions? Well, honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be that surprised. But no, seriously, a lot of people online have been debating what he says in regards to lemon and lime or lemon and lyche, and basically, a lot of people have been speculating over what this could possibly mean in terms of the grand scheme of things. Basically, of course, once again, people are speculating that there could be some hidden meaning that could lead to more, I guess, sinister things. With people saying that him referring to lich is actually him referring to a corpse, and that means that he is into corpses. And in fairness, lich in fantasy fiction does actually mean corpse, but if I'm being honest with you, my friends, I do just think that this was him probably just trying to say lemon and lime, but desperately failing, because as we've seen so far in this video, this man's English skills are not exactly up to, well, par. But also on top of that, a few people have speculated that maybe he just has a lisp and this was a mispronunciation accidentally. Honestly, I don't really think there is anything that deep here. I think he did say lemon and lish, but I do think he was just meaning to say lemon and lime. But there isn't really much logical sense in anything Smart Schoolboy 9 does. So with that, I'll allow you to let me know what you think below. Did he say lime? Did he say lich? Or did he say lyche? Comment down below. But yeah, let's move on to the next section, which is titled 2009 Photos. And this is a reference to where a Reddit user searched up one of Smart Schoolboy 9's alleged old addresses and went on to Google Street View and selected the year of 2009 and zoomed in on his window, where you can see, obviously, these pretty creepy images in one of the windows. And as you can see, it seems like there's pictures or a cardboard cutout of similar things that you would see on one of the Smart Schoolboy 9 Instagram pages. And I think what's particularly interesting about this is it does identify to us that Smart Schoolboy 9 has no worries about showing who he truly is. He wants the world to know that this is what he's into and this is what he's all about, even...
This is why I keep thinking that he's into humiliation, because he wants to get caught. Like, he wants people to know. And that's the weird thing about it, is because most predators don't want you to know that they're predators. That's what I'm thinking. Hi, Lucas. Probably. Probably. Well, I mean, he goes out and takes pictures of these kids, man. And yeah, it would be in the wild, because he's not like, you reverse image search them and they only come up on his pages, so that would make sense.
Way back in 2009, before even the existence of Instagram.
What'd you say? What did you say? You saying somebody's sleepy? No. Because I'm not getting the EPs. I'm playing with the doggo. I'm not getting EP. No, it's not making me sleepy. You just think it's making me sleepy. No. Not EP. I'm not EP. Don't listen to him. Don't listen. Don't listen to him. I have admitted when I'm EP. When I'm EP. Okay. Okay. You just saying stuff. You just saying stuff. You just saying stuff. What happened? What happened?
I looked at Luke out. I guess I squeezed a fart out of him. Cause that shit sounded like it was a deflating balloon. Come on, funky boy. Let's go. Your gassy ass.
Squeeze a fart out of him like a balloon?
Yeah, cause I just looked at him.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh shit, that's great. Mr. Gassy. Mr. Gassy Dog. Oh my god. Oh shit. That's great. Alright.
But with that, let's move on to the next section, which is Streatham Society. And this is where we go back once again to speaking about one of the Stephanie accounts. Because the Streatham Society is a group from Streatham, London.
She fucking... Well, sorry. He sent a letter as Stephanie, and it got published, I think.
And in 2018/19, they released a quarterly news article, and you guessed it, Smartschoolboy9, also known as Stephanie, featured in this article. Hi to the Streatham Society. I'm Stephanie Stansfield and shy. I'm 12 years old of age, I'm London born and lived in Streatham for a while. I've written a poem. I've asked my half-brother what he remembers about the area, then I put my thoughts onto paper. I could have written much more, but I wanted to keep it short and yet still include a tribute to June Whitfield. So it's as if I've travelled through time to include so much. I hope my poem is of some use. Yours sincerely, Stephanie. Now for a bit of a reference to what Smart Schoolboy is speaking about here, pretty much June Whitfield is an actress that actually came from Streatham and they died in 2018, so I think this is meant to be like a dedication to June Whitfield's life's work, and honestly, it's a little bit depressing to know that a talented person passed away sadly, and their life's work is now being spoken over by this individual right here. But yeah, let's get into even more of Smart Schoolboy 9's poetry, and it seems that even in 2018, after doing this for 20 plus years, his poetry had really not improved. Walking along Liam Court Road during a visit to Streatham, plenty of children my age, and nice to have met them. Done up for Dunraven, and rightly, it's part of behaving. Year 7 and getting it right. New school and things that need doing. Mount Nod Road, Stockfield Road, close by school and my half-brother's abodes. And a half-mile away, Stamthorpe Road, where his girlfriend Zoe lived, that I know. In 1992 and 1993, a loving friendship, but then Zoe moved, you see? But he will never forget her, says my half-brother David. Seeing her after school gave him self-belief. And then General Store nearby Pontypridd from 1994 to early 1996, the owner's eldest daughter made David's heart fly. He'd buy things he didn't need just to look in her eyes. Streatham and Clapham High School, the green uniform and tees era, all the movies that have been screened at the Odeon Cinema, the various meals served in all the restaurants, the joy of the queue as waited for buses get nearer, the changing fashions and solid friendships, the standing still to let delivery chaps complete, the knowledge of products and quality the hours, and how time stood still when your partner you did meet. The many real-life version of Terry and June trod the board long before men walked on the moon. With June Whitfield, wit really meant wit. A Shredden-born legend, we won't forget you anytime soon, Stephanie Stansfield, age 12. Now this in particular is a very creepy poem, because obviously this is Smart Schoolboy 9.
And the thing is, it's supposed to be about June Whitfield, but it's just David kind of talking about himself. So, and about his prior relationships.
David writing in this, I guess, character of Stephanie Stansfield, and in it you do get a bit more of an insight into his personal life, where you can see that David, even in 2018 when he was probably in his mid-50s, is being very, very reminiscent about people that he had dated or at least been friendly with in his past. And based on the wording in this poem, it seems that these friendships were from his childhood, from when he was in school. Because when the character Stephanie is speaking, she mentions her half-brother David, who is sad and misses his...
The weird thing is that 1994 and 1996, he was in his 30s, if you remember, from 1999. So, that's a little interesting to me.
Ex-girlfriend who has moved away, who, according to Stephanie, made him very happy whenever she came round after school. Which obviously Stephanie is David, and I guess he's using Stephanie as a way to reminisce about his own school life. And that is particularly creepy given everything that we've gone through today. Given this guy's obsession with schoolgirls and schoolboys, it shows to us that David really never got over this period of his life.
Right.
Now, I guess we'll never really know why, but maybe it's just because he, never went on to achieve anything in his life. Maybe he just doesn't have any friends, so he's attached to these people from so long ago. But it is very creepy that he's taken these friendships and writing about them, pretending to be a 12-year-old girl, especially when this is meant to be, I guess, a dedication to somebody that's lost their life. It's not only disrespectful, but it's also incredibly weird. But also note here, he did go to Streatham and Clapham High School, which does kind of explain why he has such an obsession with this part of London. It seemingly is where he is from, and I guess at a point of his life, he relocated to Doncaster. Maybe there's a reason behind that. Maybe he was driven out of Clapham or Streatham because people thought he was a weirdo for this whole Smart Schoolboy 9 outfit that he may or may not have been wearing in the 1980s and early 1990s. We'll probably never really know until we get some solid answers from David himself. But yeah, this poem definitely is a real insight to the psychology and also, I guess, backstory of Smart Schoolboy 9. And that interestingly does move us into the next section of the iceberg, which is ARG. Now, what is...
I wish this was an ARG, because then it would be a lot less terrifying to me. I really wish it was, but at the same time, that would still be pretty bad, because, I mean, we all know what happened with Urban Spook and his weird fantasies in his ARG. Well, it was an analog horror, but sometimes analog horrors are ARGs, but still, I don't know which one is worse, to have it as an ARG or to have it as something real.
an ARG? Well, an AIG is an alternate reality game which uses an interactive networked narrative that uses the real world to tell a story, and basically players have to solve puzzles to progress through the story and work out what's going on based on things in the real world. And a big theory that I have seen going around on the internet, and something that I get in my comment sections on my video previously about Smartschoolboy9, is people saying, why are you speaking about this? Why are you taking this so seriously? It's quite clear that this man is an ARG. But to me, based on everything that we've gone through in this video, I don't believe that's a plausible theory. Now, maybe at face value, I can understand why some people believe this. There are even some theories out there saying that maybe, you know, he found some old poems with a girl named Stephanie in them, and he decided to take that name and use it to kind of incorporate into his sit game to add to the illusion of the intimacy. But honestly, I just don't think that's the case. There are so many examples that we've gone through today which show to us that David and people like Stephanie Stansfield are intertwined. Even in poems, Stephanie mentions people like David, and I don't think it's a coincidence that when people have done their digging and found out that the creator behind Smartschoolboy9 was also called David, I just don't think...
Hey Darth, welcome to the chat.
Think that that can be a coincidence. There are just so many dots that seem to connect in this story all the way back to the 1980s.
Exactly.
To me personally, I just don't think it's realistic that this is an ARG, but I do understand why some people who don't know enough about this subject would think that. But with that, let's move into the next section, which is an ongoing problem right now, and that is fan pages. You see, with any criminal or alleged criminal, there always seems to be some sick, twisted individual.
Also, this goes for every, like, notorious criminal, but why do we need fan pages of these people? What is the point of that?
That becomes a fan of that said alleged criminal, and in Smartschoolboy9's case, this is no different. You see, fan pages have been set up all around the internet, seemingly idolizing this guy. Now the thing is, I don't doubt that there probably is a couple individuals out there that see Smartschoolboy9 and they themselves are, I guess, inspired by it because they're a creep too. There's always going to be a fan of the most terrible person you've ever met, and I don't doubt that that's the case with Smartschoolboy9, but there does just seem to be a large amount of fan accounts popping up here and there to do with him,
for some
and I don't
fucking
really
reason.
believe that these accounts are necessarily the most authentic fan accounts. I think most of them are more likely just people trying to get attention on the internet. They see a very sensitive topic, they know people will have sensitive reactions, and they will interaction bait by rage baiting on these accounts by saying, oh, I love Smartschoolboy9 so much, and people will be like, wow, you're so sick and twisted. But the reality is they obviously don't like Smartschoolboy9. It's just very, very, very easy clicks. So if you yourself see a Smartschoolboy9 fan account, it's probably best just to ignore it and move on with your day. So with that, let's move on to the next section of the iceberg, which is editing theory. And yes, this is once again another theory to do with Smartschoolboy9's editing in his photos and videos, and what this could represent, or what could be the meaning behind the weird editing that he has in all of his posts. Pretty much the theory is that Smartschoolboy9 uses certain editing styles to bypass censoring AI on social media. For example, he would post a kid in a weird pose, and then he would edit them in specific styles, and basically people are saying that this could be so he could get around AI censoring tools, and it could kind of be a way so he could, I guess, get in contact with other criminals, because he still is somewhat showing some level of terrible imagery, but it's being covered up to a point of where AI doesn't really detect it. And you know, I can kind of understand why people do believe this to be the case, and maybe he is trying to leave clues throughout all of his videos, because a lot of the videos are undoubtedly confusing, and you really don't really know what's going on in most of them. And this does kind of tie into the next section of the iceberg, which is pleasuring. And I don't really want to go into specifics here, but pretty much
I'll do it for him. There's a video of this man, like, with only his upper half showing, and he's got like a lip ring on for some reason, and he is... How do I say this? He's slinging the baloney.
There is a video floating around on the internet of Smartschoolboy9 recording himself in a mirror, and how do I say this and get around TOS? Pretty much, it seems that he was giving himself enjoyments, and you can't really see much based on how the footage is recorded and how the editing is in the footage. But I guess this can kind of tie into what people are saying about this mysterious editing style. Maybe he does do things far more deliberate than we actually originally thought. Maybe there isn't as much chaos there, and maybe this is all a articulate planning to get around AI censoring. Now, that would be a bit of a reach, but at the end of the day, after everything we've gone through today, I really wouldn't be that shocked if that was the case. But with that, let's move on to the next section, which is Backpack. And now, there's not really much I can say about this, other than this does just react and reference a very niche part of the Smartschoolboy9 lore, and it is this image right here where seemingly somebody is walking around their school and they just happen to have an image of Smartschoolboy9 plastered over their backpack. And yeah, there really isn't much more context other than this, and this image did gain a lot of traction because people saw this and were like, why would he be doing this? And you know, it could be a case of that South Park episode where they bring Stan around the town on an iPad. Maybe this was Smartschoolboy9's way of getting into a school, slap an iPad on the back of a backpack, walk around and he gets a full view. Personally, I just think it is a kid having fun, but you know, we're going to theorize here because, I mean, everyone else is, aren't they? But then we need to move on to the next section, which could indeed worry my audience, and that is fled to the USA. Now, we've kind of already spoken about this earlier when we mentioned Chicago, and yeah, there is a theory going around online right now that Smartschoolboy9 fled the police to America. But no, I don't think that's the case. Now, pretty much where this comes from is a TikTok which has around 7,000 likes that states that Smartschoolboy9 could be in Jersey. And to the good population of Jersey, I can confirm I don't think that he is in New Jersey.
He hasn't left the UK.
It would be a sight for sore eyes if you're, you know, walking down the streets of New Jersey and suddenly you see this. If you do, I'm truly sorry for this false reporting. But as far as I know, Smartschoolboy9 is not in America, and I think the only reason that this theory has gotten around is because, yeah, this topic, while
I swear to God, I never. Do you know how many annoying orange sounds I'm gonna have to put on this video solely because you keep fucking doing that?
It is very much related to the UK, has obviously become very Americanized. Big popular American content creators spoke about this, and naturally with that, you're going to get American viewers take that and run with it and think, oh, maybe he's gone to America. And it's like, no, guys, you've got enough on your plate to deal with.
Yeah.
You don't also want to deal with Smartschoolboy9. So with that, let's move on to the next section, which is actually a bit of a spooky topic called
Tenderizing the chicken.
Manifestation of...
Thank you, Darth. Tenderizing the chicken. That's a good word for it.
Mother. And yeah, what this refers to is pretty much, for some facts before we get into it, is Smartschoolboy9's mother apparently passed away in 1992, according to a lot of people that have looked into this situation. And pretty much what a lot of people have said is that this whole thing that he's been going for the last 30 years is some way to deal with the trauma of the passing of his mother. Pretty much people said that he was very close to his mother, he had a very personal connection with her, and because of this, because of her passing away, he just hasn't been the same since, and he hasn't been able to deal with the way that she passed away, or just the loss of no longer having that motherly figure in his life.
But how did she pass, though, is the thing.
People have also suggested far more sinister things, such as maybe he didn't actually have a good connection with his mother, and his mother did pass away, and I guess he has a lot of unresolved trauma which can't now be resolved.
I do want to post another theory more towards him being close with his mother. Has anybody thought that he might have an Oedipus complex of some sort? Like, given everything we know about him? This is just a theory, but has anybody thought of maybe an Oedipus complex here?
Because his mother has passed away. And yes, some people have speculated that accounts like Stephanie Stansfield could be a trauma-related manifestation of Smartschoolboy9's mother. And again, this is another theory I can definitely understand, because as I've said throughout this video, there has to be an underlying reason that explains all of his behavior over the last quarter of the century. There has to be an explanation for everything, and typically in a lot of these cases, yeah, trauma related to something that happened in the childhood is a big underlying factor which leads to a lot of events like Smartschoolboy9's creation. And yeah, I could kind of see this theory being somewhat possibly true. It kind of reminds me of Insidious 2, where obviously the main villain has a lot of trauma because his mother wanted him to be a girl, and she dressed him up as a girl, and you see a lot of creepy scenes like this. Maybe we're actually seeing the real life events of Insidious 2 take place. Or maybe a lot of people on Reddit have far too much time on their hands. Either way,
fair enough.
It's a very creepy theory, and I think it does fit very nicely into this iceberg. And the theorizing only continues in the next section, titled
Sometimes people are just crazy with no reason behind it. I totally agree with you, Darth. That could be the case too.
Summer Camp. And this does bring us back to Stephanie Schooley. Now, I've already mentioned in this video so far that this account is quite interesting in particular because it seems that this is the one account that Smartschoolboy9 has the most emotional attachment to, and throughout this account's posts, you do see a lot of reference to the things that actually seem to stem from Smartschoolboy9's childhood, such as his experiences with religion, for example, and summer camp also seems to be another thing that he likes to reminisce about, as there are a lot of posts on this Stephanie Schooley account speaking about the topic of going to a summer camp, and there's even a video of him speaking about this.
So, it's the year 2024. I'm at youth summer camp. I'm Stephanie, officially a teenager. It's nice.
There's something about that voice which
That laugh is so unsettling.
Genuinely just gets me off guard every single time. It's so unbelievably jarring. But yeah, this whole thing with the summer camp has also got a lot of people theorizing about his childhood again. Maybe something took place at a summer camp that he went to. Maybe he just really enjoyed summer camp and he can't really let go of that because he doesn't have much in his life as a full-grown adult. There's not really much understanding behind this, but even in August of 2024, he was posting on these Stephanie accounts about going to summer camp. And yeah, it is very, very weird, and I can't help but think of the whole Insidious 2 thing again. He's got these accounts that he's mostly emotionally attached to, which is pretending to be a schoolgirl. He has clearly some mummy-related issues, and also he went to summer camp every summer. To me personally, maybe there was quite a lot of trauma in his childhood that we're now kind of getting to the bottom of. But with that, we have actually reached the bottom of the iceberg.
Yay!
And yeah, I feel like this section has given us even more, I guess, analysis into the psyche of Smartschoolboy9. I really do think that we're actually now getting to understand him even more, work out if this is all fake, which it clearly isn't, and yeah, now we need to actually get into the abyss, and this, my friends, is where the theories just start to go like absolutely ridiculous. There's still going to be some true things here and there, but you know, it's going to get a little bit wacky from here.
That's okay. The abyss.
So yes, you beautiful little goober, welcome to the abyss.
Into the abyss. Nothing that I know. Sorry, I like 3 Days Grace.
And I can't lie, I'm actually getting kind of tired now. I have done so much recording, and I I'm going to die. Please subscribe. And yeah, The Abyss. This is a place of just absolute degeneracy. Honestly, I've had to actually censor quite a lot of stuff here in terms of wording, and I'm going to go about that in my own way when we speak about the specific subjects. But as you can see from this, it's going to be a wild and wacky time. And with that, let's get into the first section, which is evil rituals, as opposed to non-evil rituals. Now, seemingly what...
As a witch, we don't have... It does... Okay, rituals aren't good or bad. It just depends on the context of the witches performing them. I'm just saying. This is in reference to, True Sticks 11, when he was pointing out an account he was claiming was a guy pretending to be a kid. Ironic, I know. He said that there were rituals of murder and cannibalism, but it hasn't been fucking confirmed. So, it's just a very reachy theory, but...
this part of the iceberg stems from is more wacky theories about people going completely overboard. I found these tweets where someone was criticizing Smartschoolboy9 and said that he had killed people, and then somebody was questioning that, and they responded by saying, apparently, someone on Reddit told me, or TikTok, more likely TikTok, he killed someone and did some ritual. Now,
what's up?
That blanket is 10 feet big.
10 feet big. Oh my god.
He's like, 10 feet big? Wow. That must cost like 40 monies.
40 monies!
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. That's great. Maybe. He's smushing my face. Hold on. Leave my eyebrows alone. You know I gotta put them back in place. It's a joke. It always feels like when he moves my eyebrows that they're out of place. I know they're not, but it feels like it, so I have to move my eyebrows around. And he just goes for the eyebrows when he's messing with my face.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if this was true, I feel like we would know about this. I feel like if the average Twitter user did know about this, the average TikTok user spread this information, then maybe, just maybe, the British police would have this man in prison. So no, as much as it does seem quite fun, but not fun to speculate about, I don't want anyone to die, but maybe some people, but... You get what I'm saying? Basically, he hasn't murdered anybody, as far as we know. But I guess a big reason to why some people actually do believe that Smartschoolboy9 is involved in rituals is this post right here on the account's TruthSticks11, where they themselves actually did accuse somebody of committing a ritual. And I guess it comes back to this whole thing of the TruthSticks account was completely projecting the things it accused other people of, it was doing itself. So in this case, with a ritual, maybe that's the case, but realistically, I don't think that's the case until I can see some evidence, and I do think that this is a case of some people just going a little bit overboard. So let's move on to the next section, which is surprisingly a little bit more lighthearted, and that is Mark Henry. And yes, this is a little bit obscure given that we're this low down in the iceberg chart, but yes, Mark Henry, if you didn't know, is a former WWE star.
What are you talking about? Smoosh, don't bully the boyfriend. Hey, Lauren! You love the guy on Reddit told me don't ask me line. Yeah, I feel that. I like your chin, homie. Thank you, homie. This is my homie. But, nah, my boyfriend's bullying me, chat. Just no. Just ignore him. It's good to see you on the stream, bestie. I'm glad you joined. We're talking about some real crazy shit. We're not talking about the socks on this stream.
That a lot of people love, and the reason that he is in this iceberg is because he actually appears in one of Smart Schoolboy 9's videos. It is a little bit random, and some people do genuinely believe that Smart Schoolboy 9 randomly edited Mark Henry into this video, but no, that isn't the case. Basically what happened here is somebody did find this video originally, and
it's the video of him chasing another kid.
They decided to put a lot of editing prompts into this video to cover up for a lot of sensitive imagery. Because allegedly, before they added in people like Mark Henry to cover certain things up, apparently there were a lot of illegal things being shown.
Use the first letter of this phrase and first two letters of this phrase and you'll understand. Corn puffs. Quote unquote. The first letters of those words, you'll get why they needed to put that guy as a censor. I miss you too! So glad you can make it. I just finished my finals for college. At least for this first semester.
I haven't well, I wouldn't want to see proof of that, but I haven't really seen anyone backing these claims. It's more just allegations at this point. But yeah, I guess this is a little bit of fun lore that...
No, we've seen the original video from Nick Crowley's video, and there was a lot of shit blurred out because it was that bad.
Mark Henry, well, it's not fun given what it could possibly lead to, but Mark Henry appears in a random video that a lot of us have seen. So moving on, we now need to go into the next section, which is serial killer. And again, this is just people going completely overboard once again, with a lot of people on TikTok saying that, oh, Smart Schoolboy 9 is a serial killer. He's done all these heinous crimes. But the reality is yes, he probably has done some crimes, but the crime involving serial is certainly not one of them, as far as I know, because... Again, you just have to apply some logic here. Why would everybody on TikTok know that he has committed these crimes that would lead to life in jail, but the police, they don't know about these crimes?
Right.
Yes, it is fun to speculate, but this is a little bit nonsense. Well, not a little bit. It is nonsensical. So with that, we're just kind of speed running through this, I've noticed, by the way, but with that, we go into the next section, which is cosplaying deceased child. Now, this film...
I still think the makeup makes him look like a bloated corpse. I'm sorry. I know that's probably not the case, but at the same time, like, he does. He looks like a bloated corpse. That's full of gas.
Theory is not only disrespectful, it's also just pretty stupid in my opinion. You see, someone took a photo of someone that was murdered in a town nearby to Doncaster, and pretty much because of this, they claimed that Smart Schoolboy 9 was dressing up as this child. Now, there may be a few coincidences here and there that maybe point to this, but as far as I can see from this post, there is just really no evidence.
Oh, okay. They're saying he's cosplaying as a specific dead person. Yeah, no. I don't think that's the case, but I do think he looks like a bloated corpse. I'm sorry.
To suggest that. And the main reason for that being is the tragedy that they're referencing took place in 2001, and as we know now, this whole Smart Schoolboy 9 aesthetic goes way into the 1990s. So obviously, it took place before anything happened, which completely and utterly debunks this theory. Now, it is very easy to point holes in a certain story or link things together that could be a coincidence, but when it comes to things like this, I feel like we need to be a lot more sensitive and realize that there is a family that will still be grieving to this day over their daughter that was tragically taken from them. So for the love of God, please do not speculate like this. There is absolutely no way that anything can...
We don't need to speculate specific people. Like, that's the thing. Like, just you're reaching too far, buddy. You're reaching too far. There's no reason and no correlation really to this specific deceased kid and the outfit from Smart Schoolboy 9. The timestamps do not fit.
Point into this direction where you go onto the internet and turn this into a full-blown theory. And actually, I don't really want to talk about this any much longer, because it just feels weird to even speculate over. So let's just move on to the next part, which once again is speaking about somebody that has tragically seemingly lost their life, and that is dead mother. And yeah, we have already spoken about this, and seemingly what it does reference is the fact that Smart Schoolboy 9's mother apparently passed away in 1992, and yeah, that has led to a lot of people speculating over, was there some traumatic events from his childhood? Has he just not managed to, I guess, get over losing his mother? There are a lot of ways we can speculate about this, but yeah, there's not really much more we can say that we haven't already said. And I do understand quickly, I want to say that some people may say that, oh, you said to not speculate over people that have lost their lives, but you've speculated over the mother. I do think it is a little bit different with the mother because there is obviously a direct link there. It is literally the birth mother of Smart Schoolboy 9, and naturally, when it comes to a lot of heinous things in this world, there always is links to childhood trauma. So that's why I've done it. I think it is a little bit different when we actually know there could be some links to his childhood. But then we need to move into the next section, which is DID. And I know I might be annoying a lot of people that have come here for spooky horror content, but again, this is something that I just kind of have to dismiss. Now, pretty much people do believe that Smart Schoolboy 9 has DID, but honestly, there's no real evidence to suggest this. Right. Yes, he's playing multiple profiles, but for all we know, he's just running multiple profiles. It doesn't necessarily mean that he has...
He's taking... This is a joke. But he's taken... I like to think that he's taken inspiration from Twitter RP. He's got multiple muses. It's a kind of a tasteless joke, but as somebody who used to write different characters on Twitter, it feels like that almost.
DID. Do I have any doubts in my mind that Smart Schoolboy 9 has some level of mental illness? No, I don't. I do think that he is a very mentally disturbed person because, you know, everything that we've gone through today is very disturbing. But at the end of the day, there does seem to be this trend of where we see someone creeping on the internet and we immediately apply the accusation of DID towards them. Now, I guess there are some backings behind the theories that I have seen, but personally, again, I don't really want to push a stigma which is already being pushed throughout the internet onto a lot of other subjects and topics, and I realistically don't have any, I guess, knowledge or
debut, but not today.
Ending of DID, so yeah, I am just gonna leave that there. Maybe some people in the comment section will come in and be like, oh, well, this points to this and this points to this, and sure, maybe, but at the end of the day, I don't want to speak about that as I do not have any expertise in the subject of DID. So with that, let's move into a little bit of a less serious topic, which is cosplay copycats. Now, this is something that has actually infuriated a lot of people on the internet, and honestly,
these fucking TikTokers cosplaying as this fucking degenerate does irritate me quite a bit, but you know, it is what it is.
Given the serious nature of some of the things that we've gone through today, I can understand that. Yet at the same time, I don't know if it's because I've been on the internet for years and years now, I struggle to get upset by a lot of rage bait, and this is another case of a lot of rage bait. So pretty much, once again, people on TikTok have made it their entire shtick to, I guess, profiteer off the Smart Schoolboy 9 phenomenon, where they have dressed up as him in multiple different TikToks. And yeah, as you can see, they've got the whole shebang on. They've got the school outfit, they've got the makeup. It's very weird to look at, to be honest with you. But I guess bills have to be paid some way, and you know, at the end of the day, the game is the game. And this isn't the end of the Smart Schoolboy 9 cosplays. No, in fact, some people have gone to the point of actually dressing.
They've done it in Roblox, they've done it in IMVU. It's not gonna stop. I mean, the game is the game. He has a point. Like, as much as we hate it, and as much as it's annoying, because it is annoying, we have to remember that, you know, memes have been around forever. People have mocked so many things.
up as him on Roblox, and some have even claimed that they're gonna dress up as him on Halloween. And as I said, this has infuriated a lot of people because, you know, it's a sensitive topic. Personally, I do just see this as rage bait, and I do refuse to get mad at this, but there are quite a lot of people cosplaying as him right now, which is a pretty common thing when it comes to terrible people throughout history. People do want to dress up as them because it can annoy and upset people, but also, I guess, they just find it interesting. But with that, let's move on once again. And that takes us to the next section, which I don't even know if I can actually say this because of TOS. Race, you know, I'm not going to... You can read this. You can see what it is. Pretty much, a big theory is that a lot of people out there think that Smart Schoolboy 9 is absolutely playing up for the audience, or whatever audience he had, of pretending to be white. Because obviously he has white paint or white powder on his face, and it is pretty obvious to a lot of people out there that he's trying to look like a white school child, and people are pretty much suggesting that this is something that he is possibly into in a, you know, certain way, and that does actually move us nicely through into the next subject, which is about things that he's into. And yeah, basically what the belief is that this entire thing over the last century that Smart...
Yeah, what they're... Well, how do I say this without violating TOS? Things that he's into that he absolutely has to have in a bedroom setting, or else he cannot, you know, be spicy, if you catch my drift. Because there's a difference between kinks and that, you know. You know, there... One you absolutely have to have, the other you don't. Does that make sense?
What Schoolboy 9 has been doing is pretty much a big game, not an ARG, but a game that brings him a lot of pleasure, something that he is completely deeply into, and pretty much he has kind of sprinkled all the things that he's into throughout all of the network of accounts that he's been running. And also with him just pretending to be a child, that is something that he gets a lot of enjoyment from. And I do think that this theory is definitely true. There has to be reasoning behind everything, and I think there is no other logical explanation of why there are heels and boots throughout everything that he goes through, why he has this weird dedication to school uniforms, and we've even seen that he has obsessions with certain schoolgirls throughout history from certain television shows. To me personally, this can't just be an innocent, I guess, hobby that he has. There is nothing innocent about stealing random photos of school children and pretending to be those kids. And also, given some of the screenshots we've looked through today of where this, you know, it's very hard to not believe that this all isn't one big sick fantasy for Smart Schoolboy 9. And a big theory to where this actually developed is in the final section of this part, and that is Stockwell Manor. And now, before I go into this, I do need to just say that this is not my theory. This is a lot of people connecting the dots, and pretty much this theory is a very popular theory amongst subreddits, amongst YouTube videos and TikToks, and I would be doing a bit of a disservice if I did not speak about Stockwell Manor. And I do just want to put a bit of a warning that we are going to be dealing...
Here's your warning, chat. We've already talked about some serious shit, but here is your warning. We're going to be talking about some... We're on the bottom tier of some dark shit, okay?
With some very sensitive topics here, and with that, let's get into this. So pretty much this part of the story begins with a teacher jailed in the 1970s for committing sex on a... And as you can see, this took place in Stockwell Manor in South London, which of course isn't far from Streatham, and this happened to two schoolboys in the 1970s who were between the ages of 14 and 15. Now the theory then moves to David, the man supposedly behind everything that we've been discussing today, and how somebody's half-brother David attended Stockwell Manor School in the 1970s, and he had wished that David transferred to a school in Streatham because he had learned learned that a specific support for traumatized pupils was greater there. And then the theory moves on to showing that one of David's songs is actually called 1979, which is the year that people have been speculating that he went to Stockwell Manor. And because of this, people have found David's records and that he was supposedly born in 1965, and that would mean in 1979 he was 14 years old. And these crimes that took place at Stockwell Manor of course took place between the 70s and early 80s, and this would line up with the age David was at the time.
This relates back to the trauma theory.
And it would also line up with the fact that somebody called David went to Stockwell Manor, and it would also link up with all of the obsessions.
Also, the reference to David being the half-brother of somebody definitely lines up with, you know, the kids he's portraying himself as, calling his actual self their half-sibling.
Surrounding South London and Streatham. And interestingly enough, this old article that the theorist found here refers to
a rent boy. And here's the rent boy phrase again from earlier in the video.
Victims as a rent boy, which was actually something Smartschoolboy9 was referred to in the 1990s. And then it goes even further when Stephanie Schooley has literally spoken about this situation in Stockwell Manor High School, which I'm going to blur because of specific details. But as we've mentioned so far throughout this iceberg, the Stephanie Schooley account is something very close to the heart of Smartschoolboy9. It's the account that seems to leak out a lot of personal information about the person actually behind the account, and this is another example of that. Why are there so many dots that connect here? Now, I know this is
the most dots connect with that Stephanie Schooley account.
Is a very sensitive topic, and there are actual victims in this situation, but I can see why people are pointing in this direction. And of course, people are saying that if this actually happened to Smartschoolboy9, then people think that this could be the trauma point that led to everything in 2024. Now, obviously, that's not a justification for anything we've spoken about today.
Absolutely
but in
not.
regards to the criminal activities that we've been speculating over today, in a lot of cases, this stuff always seems to stem back to some level of trauma. Now, of course, not an excuse again, but we can't deny that trauma does play a big part in a lot of people's lives, and a lot of people believe that what happened...
A lot of serial killers, you know, some of them didn't have trauma in their childhoods, but there are quite a few who did. I will say that. So, I mean, just really depends. And a lot of predators, you know, they had shit happen to them as a child, and then later on in life, you know, they fucked up and repeated the cycle.
At Stockwell Manor could have played into the whole story of Smartschoolboy9. And I am sorry if this section of the video does seem a little bit disrespectful. I really don't want it to come off that way, but this theory has gone viral, and a lot of people are starting to really believe this whole Stockwell Manor story. And honestly, I can kind of get it. Why would Stephanie randomly speak about this story? And given somebody spoke about how they wish that David, this mysterious figure, transferred to another school that deals with trauma way better, you just can't help but think that maybe what's being referred to here is actually Smartschoolboy9 himself. But with that does take us to the very bottom of the abyss. This section of the iceberg, whilst a lot of it has been very nonsensical, I think it has given us even more insight to the origin story of Smartschoolboy9, and honestly, that was pretty much one of the main objectives of today's video, to come to some more understanding of why he does the things that he does. Not to justify it, but to understand it. Now, with that, we move into the final section, which is
the unknown. Here we are.
So congratulations, my friends, you have reached the final section of this video, and honestly, I feel like this is probably going to be the quickest chapter. mainly due to the fact that I'm probably going to just skim through most of it as complete and utter nonsense, because as you can see here, once again, I have blurred a lot of things, and the theories here in particular are some of the most gruesome ones, and you know what, let's just dive immediately in. And it starts off with, again, I can't really say this,
the internet certified lover boy ring. This could make sense in a way, but it's still a very big reach. I mean, there are plenty of these on the internet, so that's why I say it could make sense. But at the same time, we don't have any evidence to support that David isn't working alone.
Internet's illegal rings, if you catch my drift. Basically, the theory is that Smartschoolboy9 is either a part of or in charge of a sophisticated network of online criminals who obviously delve into a lot of the things that we've been discussing and speculating over today. Now, honestly, I can kind of get why people think this. When you were to go and look at some of the following that Smartschoolboy9 had on his accounts, it did seem that he followed a lot of accounts that seemed to either follow children or, in fact, seemingly were children. And with that, obviously, people are going to start to put two and two together. Why would he be following all of these people? Why would he have so many accounts like the ones that he has? And naturally that leads to people thinking there could be a far more sinister thing going on here. But with that, we then need to move into the next section, which is took the life of, not gonna say it, and this does actually refer to something that we mentioned in the previous chapter of where people were speculating that he was cosplaying somebody that was tragically taken from this world. And again, it's a very disrespectful and stupid theory, and this is even worse in my opinion.
And
that's mainly due to the fact that people think that Smartschoolboy9 committed this.
We don't have any concrete proof that he could do that. I mean, he is able to get away with a lot, but that's mostly due to negligence. I don't think that he would have the capability to get away with this, especially with the fact that he likes to get caught. Because he shows off what he does. So I doubt that he could get away with that.
Crime, but the reality is once again, if he did commit this crime and a Reddit user knew about this, then I'm sure the police would know about this and he would be in jail. But also, this criminal case was solved over 20 years ago, so why would Smartschoolboy9 still be out and about if it was him, the one that committed this crime? Absolutely is not the case, and again, I just want to kind of cut it short and move away from it, given the very sensitive nature of this topic, and given the fact that it has absolutely no association with this topic whatsoever. So with that, let's move into a bit of a weird one.
Hold on. Darth, I'm playing the trading card game Shopping Simulator as I lurk. I don't blame you. I've heard it's really good. I've heard that it's really good. You gotta let me know sometime how it goes for you.
Which is the corpse theory. And basically, once again, this is people speculating that the reason Smartschoolboy9 sticks his tongue out and wears so much white makeup is to mimic a drowned or bloated corpse. And people have...
And, we talked about this in the last video, that it is possible. I mean, if you study, how the body works, you also end up studying decomposition and how that works. And, I mean, it can be plausible in a way, but,
also noted that he does wear seemingly tight belts or even possibly tight ropes in some of his outfits that have been shared around, and I guess this is meant to indicate a corpse. And seemingly people believe that the reason that he is doing this, trying to emulate something so sinister, is because once again it is one of the things that he is very much into. Now this is obviously again a very messed up theory, and to me personally, I do think that the theory surrounding him trying to betray a white school kid is more believable than this one. But this does actually kind of play into the next section of the iceberg, which is dead sounds. And basically people are...
What's up? More Fredo?
gas out this car in the middle of the night eating hot dogs, right?
Right.
Tell me why. He's got 2 hot dogs now in one hand. I'm talking bun and all. Like he got,
Double glizzy grip.
yeah, and he's like about to eat one when someone comes up on him. He's just like, and Fred's like, diabolical work, man. I didn't even know this was in your ballpark, Frank. You just out here. You just out here. Dual wielding wieners. Akimbo Oscar Myers.
Yeah, double glizzy gripping.
He's like, I'm just. He's like, this is the middle of the night. This is darker than suicidal thoughts.
God damn.
He's out here. No music, no AC, no condiments, no beverage, just love for the game.
Yeah, glizzy gladiator.
Yeah, I was just, yeah, when he's fucking said, he's just dual wielding wieners. Oh God, you gonna watch it once you get it. How much time you got left on your thing?
Shoot, I have a request after this one. Or you could sit in here with me. Okay, I love you.
Oh, now you don't care about me without you.
No, I'm preoccupied. I'm preoccupied. Okay. I love you. Okay. Uh-huh.
Saying that the sounds that he makes when he does his tongue twitch is meant to mimic a dead person. Honestly, that is a very creepy clip.
You don't
want
wanna
to
hear
a few
it.
times throughout this video. But I don't really think there are any links to dead sounds here. I think there may be something more sinister and nefarious going on for sure. But the theory that
He's imitating what it's like to have a fruit roll up on a banana.
we're now looking at, I don't really think it's got any backing. I did actually find a comment, though, of somebody saying maybe he blows raspberries to mimic the sound of when your body releases gas after you pass away, but I just think it's a bit of a reach, to be honest with you. So with that, let's continue down this iceberg, and that takes us into one of the worst possible sections, and that is where people seem to believe that Smartschoolboy9 is into eating, well, you know, yeah. And this
Hannibal Lecter.
actually does loop us nicely into the beginning of this iceberg, because pretty much this theory does come from Nick Crowley's own video, where he's going over a section of where Smartschoolboy9 basically details a lot of things to do with this topic, and where he actually accuses other individuals of doing this specific topic. And, you know, I guess it can come under the whole self-projection thing here.
Yep.
He calls out other people for the things that he himself is guilty of. Now, I should just say, Nick Crowley doesn't say, oh yeah, he definitely does this. He just kind of goes over, I guess, the speculation surrounding it at the time and quickly moves on from it. There was never any confirmation that he actually thinks that he does this. And yeah, I also don't think that he does this because, once again, if a Reddit user knew about it, then a police officer would definitely know about it. Now,
Exactly.
yeah, people are obviously going to speculate over maybe he just does it and he's kind of tried to leave a trail because he gets some sick enjoyment about his crimes. But honestly, this is a pretty heinous crime if he had committed it. And personally, I just think it is once again a case of people wanting this story to be already more insane than it actually is. But
Fair
finally, that does actually take us to the very, very last topic in this entire iceberg chart, and it is the most terrifying one of them all. Could Smartschoolboy9 be innocent?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
Because, yeah, this is actually a theory that I have seen floating around quite a lot too. A lot of people have called out the fact that, yeah, there is a lot of hysteria with this story. There is a lot of people posting a lot of fake things, a lot of fake screenshots, a lot of fake theories. And just in general, people have said, yeah, He may be a very weird and creepy guy, but has he committed any crimes? Well, if he had, surely the police would be doing something about it. Surely they would reprimand him, take down everything that he has on social media, and prevent him from having access to socials. Maybe, just maybe, Smart Schoolboy 9 could be innocent. But to me personally, I don't think he's innocent. I definitely do think that there are some very nefarious things going on here. And I do think, based on all of the evidence that we've gone through in this video, in my humble opinion, it does prove that. But as somebody that has been covering a lot of sinister things over the years on the internet, there is sadly a case of the police will see so much evidence, but they just...
The cops in the UK, don't get me wrong, the US don't do great either, but the cops in the UK are very lax. I don't know how much they're actually reacting to all of this, and that's the thing we gotta remember.
Don't seem to do anything with it. And I don't know if that's because in some cases, you know, screenshots of him commenting creepy things doesn't necessarily, in their eyes of the law, prove stuff. But to us personally, we can see these screenshots, we can put two and two together, we can build our opinions, and yeah, the resounding opinion is that Smart Schoolboy 9 definitely isn't innocent, but I do believe he is innocent of some things. Given a lot of the theories that we've gone through today, I do think that there is a large issue of people trying to take a very legitimate story and make it even more insane than it actually is. It's something that happens quite a lot on social media, where there is a massive talking point and people want to just amplify it massively. Usually it's 12-year-olds on TikTok. Usually it's people that just want attention. And
Cloud
yeah,
chasers.
I think we should just take that from everything that we've seen today. This iceberg is obviously...
Cloud is a hell of a drug, chat.
Absolutely insane, but there is a lot of fake stuff going around on the internet right now, and you should be aware of that. Yes, there are still insane things that Smart Schoolboy 9 is involved with, but just take a big pinch of salt when it comes to speaking about theories involving him. Ultimately, this has been a big, long journey, and I genuinely did not expect this video to...
Thank you for the video, iNabber. You did a good job. Thank you to Altair for requesting it. I wish that, let BF commentate for a minute. Well, he's heading out, so... I think someone here called it a bloated corpse. Who was it? I don't... Well, I mean, it does... He looks like a corpse. Thank you to Altair for requesting it, and, thank you to iNabber for making the video. Stay with me. We're gonna watch some more videos, but for YouTube, say bye to YouTube chat for now. Thank you for watching. Like it if you liked it, dislike it if you dislike it. Please give me criticism where it's needed. Feel free to check out our merch store and our Discord in the comment section below. We would love to have you there. And I will catch y'all in the next one. Peace.